I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Morovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat a pan, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got to yes, what you got to
Yes, sir. A special one. With the CEO, Stan coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South End. Charges on the beat. To get your information. For the food to be fine. Spoon,
I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. I'm gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Morovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat a pan, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got to If I do bad, those spoons. Yeah, yeah, those spoons. You provide them up, them to those spoons. Yeah, to those spoons. If you eat keep crazy like my brother to those spoons. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio to those spoons. Yeah, to those spoons. You want to get a news update to those spoons. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want?
All right. Well, folks, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you are watching us from. Welcome to the May 7, 2025 edition of the program Spoon Talk. And of course, we are here live on Spoon 107.5 FM, the Fabric 101.1 FM, and on our social media platforms, including the Facebook page. All you need to do is to get on Facebook and log on Spoon TV, and you will definitely see us. Or if you can do that, get on the YouTube and get the search button and just get Spoon TV. You will see us there live. So this is your show. This is the most informative show, the show that brings out what you need to know. So I'm Sylvester Chirople, and welcome you to this edition of the program Spoon Talk right here on Spoon 107.5 FM. I love to say a good evening from Liberia. So we are about to give you the opportunity to put forth your cause and tell us what's on your mind as we wait our team to join us very, very soon here on Spoon 107.5 and Fabric 101.1 FM. So let's get it started right here on Spoon 107.5. So the numbers to call us on are 0555 101075, 0555 101075, or 0777 again, 0777 and the Lone Star line is 0555 101075. So these are the numbers that you can use to call us right there to get from you. Hello, your name please, and where are you joining us from?
I'm Erickson B. Phillips calling for the most abundant district. Where is Oma, our representative of that district? In person, Chinese people who manage illegal things inside factory. Yes, where the community even knows that black they get drink everything in our community there. Well, the community know that illegal money. Why when we get on media without me and you go in for community saying found that other is sustained for the why you doing now? You getting my brother?
Yeah, thank you so much for your input. Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
Your name, please. Where are you joining us from?
I'm Konatia.
Could you please put strength in your voice, please?
Okay, I am a job.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm one of the.
Okay, go ahead. No, we can't really get you. You have to call us back. Hello?
Hello?
Your name,
Yes,
please, and where you
I'm
just
Peter
from?
Jackson. Good evening. How you doing? I'm Peter Jackson from Gamsa.
Kansas
What,
City.
what, what do my mind have to do with the economy of this country? You know, my brother, the economy of this country, we like bring and be our country. But I consider that the economy of this country is in the hands of the aliens. The aliens are taking the goods from the country and are coming, selling in this country on riches and wholesale. But for the 2 days, we have that the IR people just left Monrovia and they came in Gaza. When they come to your business area, they just look at your business area and charge you around 6,000 US, so now 1.2 million Liberian dollars. It's not going down well with us. So I want for the CEO, if I see is hearing me, I want for him to really send his team in Gaza here to see how best they can interview business people here. Because when the government come in, the business people we are planning to close our businesses. We get charged on 1.8, 1.4, just to pay tax on the Liberian government, and we rent business and we pay same tax.
All right, thank
So
you.
it's very serious.
Thank you. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, good evening to Spoon family, and good evening to my peace-loving people of the Republic of Liberia, and good evening to you, dear fellow Sylvester Cholo Play in Liberia. By the way, the introduction, I'm Alfonso A.S. Kamara. I do join this conversation this evening for my peaceful resident to be Pacific Transformer community within District Number 10, relatively old road, the Great Wednesday evening. Why on my mind tonight have to deal with the recognition of our newly appointed president of the University of Liberia, Dr. Mapayam, for administrative ethics. She is undergoing president at the University of Liberia, and we believe she has a lot of aberrations to bring to the disco of our normal institution, the state-run university. We can see the level of informative she brings to transform the University of Liberia. So these are the kind of people we are in of, people who are innovative, who can make things to happen, who believe administrative ethics, who believe in the principle, who want to lay down the precedent that tomorrow will live, honor will follow. So I like to appreciate students personally and almost.
Thank you so much. Hello?
Hello?
Your name, please, and where are you joining us from?
Hello?
Please go ahead. You are live.
Okay, hello?
You have to call us back if you can get us. Hello?
Hello?
Your name, please, and where are you joining us from?
Semester?
Yes, what's your name and where are you joining us from?
Thank you. In Joe community.
Go ahead.
Semester, my funny issue how to do this. So I really want to know. They are burden for the rest of the season. So they stay thinking, they say they will come by power. they made they will be. You will eat power. Everything will in your hand. We tell you from the day you say, God say, will come back. I think it will be, that's what again. CDC coming back. What the broker is doing now, less than 2 years, you see the project, you see all the things, the international rule, now they figure with the message, they use that. But what they show, I don't know, they generate the people that are talking for them. I don't know where the men are with to now. I don't know whether they will take it because that only last hope now what they get. If they measure to now, so CDC finish, we'll finish with look at the we'll take 10 president, then they say that then you say they're going, you say we'll come back. People build more than dog killer coming back, step back, transforming, step back to come back.
All right.
Come back to go stand.
Thank you.
Come back to say that to the party headquarters. So thank you for holding me this time.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello.
Your name, please, and where are you joining us from?
I'm calling from Banazia.
What?
You have to check it out tonight, very breaking.
Please go ahead.
Hello,
Yeah, your name, please, and where you join us from?
I'm Elijah B. Molu calling you from Central Louisiana, Senor.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, the thing that is on my mind today, I really be praying so that you people will get me and will get people on now. My major concern here have to is those representative guys. Those people, I really want for Joseph Boakai to come out with referendum so that we can go back for referendum. Let us go back so we change on their laws. They should not be only president should be answerable to them, but they should be answerable to president. They are the one that bring the problem in this country. So that's the thing that on my mind. Really, I have really been wishing to really speak it up. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you too as well. Thank you for your participation. Hello, your name, please. And
Hello,
what's your name and where are you joining us from?
I'm Augustine Sopolo calling you from Tuporo Market.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, it is a school FM.
You are live on Spoon. Please go ahead.
Yeah. They go Sunday. I won a morning and since then
This is not a program. This is a Spoon Talk. Please call when that program is on. All right. 0555 101075 0555 101075 or 0777 1075. These are the number that you can call us on Spoon 107.5 FM. So let's go to the line. Hello. Okay. 0555 101075 0555 101075. Hello, your name, please, and where you join us from?
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, go ahead. Your name and where you join us from?
Thank you. This is Ben Johnson, coming on Taxpayer Money Suite.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm very troubled to be frank. I think last time I said it, that the money that were allotted for district development in 2024, the money they were allotted made for lays to carry on implement the in every district. But then since then, we're not getting report for our lawmaker then. So I want for Spoon to invite the list director to explain how the people use the money. Because in our district, the other people say they pay student school fee with the money. And it's not the money when I for intended to pay for how they call it student school fee. How about those that not attend government school because the money they pay the money in school. Now private school and then how about those that there that not even going to school now? What we going to that money that they want to be for school fee? So then you get to receive the money that you pay because the money was to lend that $100,000 US. They don't travel to 30,000. So what happened to the report now? They want to be reported about how the money was spent, and the money was not for your personal use. They said it's for district.
Okay, thank you so much. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Your name, please, and where are you joining us from?
My name is Samuel Momo. I'm joining from district number 5.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. What is on my mind is concerning about our representative, RG God, since he won as representative. We have not feeling the impact of him, neither he's visiting us and doing any other thing, especially since the government took over 2023 with the youngsters that graduated from high school. We have not seen any scholarship or neither anything that will help us to go further in education. That's number one. Number two, concerning the wheel at World Draw, some of us have played several times, especially me, I played 20 times today. And I received information, a message that I successfully entered, but nobody called me yet.
Hello, your name, please, and where are you joining us from?
Yeah, good evening, Brother Chuvlin. I'm Chris Beware. I'm calling from Mount Bagley. Yeah, what is on my mind this evening is that now this country is for every one of us. So there are sometimes we should understand that governance is something that is for every party in Liberia. So I don't want people to always look at the issue that citizens say they are coming back to their issue discussing continuously. They have their right. If they wish, we Liberia have to decide. So it shouldn't be the discussion every time we'll be having citizens say they're coming back. Yet those are in power. If they do the right thing, citizens will not come back. But if they do the work, then we will decide who is better to come back to do the right thing for us.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello, your name, please, and where you are from?
Good evening. This is Yakundo calling for Grand Crew. What on my mind is the political advisor around the president. We recommend with the University of Labrador for he to come to us and get some political advisors. We have economic students, we have public administration students, because the people that are around him, surely they are not ethically performing and they are deceiving because they all are old. So please we need a recommendation so that we can probably up that the country can be built.
You will
We are accepted here at the university advising because example is Salu from the central bank. They removed him for no reason, but he decided to pay him off. Why should you spoil the country resources? And now coming to how to call the speaker. He understands that he wrong the speaker, he can't pay another money again. So my government is running. Is it coming?
Hello? Hey, please. Where are you not from? You just got us to tell that you own car or you driving or whatever. You know, it's not fair to us, man. Hello, your name, please, and where are you not from?
Hello, this is Stallion David King in Apollo to yes.
Okay, go ahead, King.
Yeah, what is on my mind? I want to talk to the people of like this is the time that we all should put our hands together to see how best we can with the government. Let's stop the criticizing. How best we can help the old man, which is president of the Republic of Liberia, to work out so that we can bring up the way the Liberian people. So we shouldn't just criticize our old man. That is what is common.
Okay. Thank you. Hello.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, Lester.
Good evening. Go ahead.
Yeah. This is Hussein. My name is Hussein Kewu. I call from Jacobstown, district number 2. What is on my mind this evening? Let me use this time to appreciate the Ministry of Information, Culture Affairs and Tourism, 2 other land ministries that had a very successful program, the Dark Lord, which brought government officials to people, and it was very interactive today. Other people sit on different platforms and castigate and blackmail the government. There was serious interaction, and the Minister of Finance and the Commissioner of LRA was informing the people today about the workings of the government. Not many people know that the government have increased the salary and benefit of teachers, security apparatus, doctors, and different workers. Even the judges' salary that were called the finance minister make it clear that everything has been restored. If that is not a progress, I know it will not be discussed tonight because it's a progress. It will come up with a criticism. But thank to our president.
All right. Thank you so much. Hello.
Good evening.
Your name, please, and where are you not from?
January Day, 140, Congo Town.
Go ahead.
What on my mind today is our legislature. You see, the guys are really suffering us in the country here. It's not a country. But the people in the country, they are poor. The kind of way our leaders treating us. Yeah? You see the kind of economy we live in? But see the kinds of money that they are taking. Why people? Which country can behave like that? Country people that creating their own salary, and they created their own salary is still today. It just there, it just can't down. They see the Liberian people are suffering. Nothing to get. Even in the schools where the children going, no decks there.
Okay.
Chuck said you can't find it there.
All right. Thank you. Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
Your name, please, and where you joining us from?
Oh, I will say Nelson calling from Arai.
Go ahead, Wilfred.
Yeah, no, Nelson. We
Okay.
said Nelson.
Okay, Nelson, go ahead.
Yeah, is that spoon?
Sir, you are live on Spoon. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, what on my mind is that the other time I look at it was the CEO birthday. The CEO birthday, at least promised us something. We didn't get it. They let it miss us.
Hello, your name, please, and
Yeah,
where you joining
hello.
us from?
My name is David Sida Johnny from 12th Street.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, what on my minds? Some of us, our salary not even reach $100. LEC is selling meter to all $150. Maribra is selling meter to all $150. If we can't get current, we can't afford that $150. The money we're working for not even reach $100. That was on my mind tonight.
All right, thank you. Hello.
Good evening, nice friend.
This is Sylvester Chidople. Please go ahead, your name and where you joining us from?
I'm Ellis Melvin, calling from Ghana City. Well, on my mind this evening, I just want to tell you simple thank you for telling me many things every day we listen to it, but our government official that we call them represented, they are not representing that people, they're representing their own money in their pocket. If you were only there for them to certify them, their children when we spend on this, at the end of the day, we become a citizen, we be crying, all right. I don't blame no people, I blame some of our citizens and be jumping around there. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Your name, please, and where you joining us from?
Hello. My name is George Wemo. I join you from New Georgia, New Georgia Bill. Meaning to South to be specific.
Go ahead.
Yeah. What on my mind is that first of all, I want to thank you for this program. I know that it cares for the Liberian people and the economy as well. But in that number 2 district, there's a logic company that was there. And because they are not going by whatsoever was discussed before they even started the logging. But then when the new representative came in, he put a stay order on that logging company. But now they are operating there, and the people that took care of those states, the custodian of that forest, not getting anything. I mean, some of these things, usually listen to Spoon being one of the advocates in this country, radio station that we depend on. So at least, I say they say that the representative there will be aware that even the law they are taking from over there, we know that when they take it, it will never go back. But the RDLA citizen benefit. Please, the new superintendent, whosoever that over there in Grand Bassa, let them know. Let the citizens benefit by road bridges and what have you, and not only rest and liquor.
All right, thank you. Hello, your name, please, and where you joining us from?
Oh, I'm Edward Williams, calling from EAW to be specific, cover measure.
Okay, go ahead.
What on my mind is that I think on the labor sector, yeah, our labor ministry in Liberia, actually they are not doing good for the citizens. You know, some companies here in Liberia, are unpaying our brothers and sisters, which of course, job opportunity in Liberia is very, very high. And then finding a little job to do, you find out these Chinese guys are making fun out of our brothers and sisters, which of course the government need to come to our aid in this country.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, your name, please, and where you joining us from?
I'm Ben Akwe.
I'm calling from Uru, Monrovia.
Go ahead.
Yeah, what on my mind this evening is the NASCOP. NASCOP, I was retired since 2021 by the Ministry of Education. Since then, I've been running after this thing, you know. In Vonjama, every time they come there, they will get, record us and bring it, promising us. But last year, it happened that they came to Vonjama. When they came, they took all information on us and promised us that by November last year, we were to get whatsoever they have for us. But to my surprise, we waited November past, December.
All right. Hope that you do follow up on that. Okay. Hello, your name, please, and where you join us from?
Yes, Brother Abraham Vistano, calling from Caldwell. To be precise, Western.
Go ahead.
Yeah, actually, what is on my mind is about there's abusive language everybody uses when they get over radio and fast. I'm appealing to the president to pass it into law. Whosoever go out and so look, there are some countries you don't even just send and get insult your friend. It's a case against you. But here we say, you abuse, there's no case, it's not in law. Let's try to put this one into law. Yeah, let them put this into law. Whosoever insult anybody to be fair responsible for whatsoever is caused. Then this insulting in the street and where are you involved over radios and say it will stop. Actually it's some of my 10 PNB or whatever.
Okay, thank you. Hello.
Hello.
Your name, please, and where you join us from?
Usman.
No, we are very, very much low and can confirm that. But 0777 1075 or 0777 1075 or 0555 101075 0555 101075. These are the numbers that you can call us on tonight on Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1 FM. We are also live on our social media platforms on Facebook. You only need to get on your Facebook page and then on Spoon TV. You will definitely get us on Spoon TV and on YouTube as well. Hello, your name, please, and where are you joining us from?
My name is Joseph Bendia from Global Community.
Go ahead.
What on my mind tonight is, the way the Lebanese and the Indian are exporting oil in the country. The frozen material what they are selling to us. I'm telling you, women can go and buy the frozen material for $6,000. For only 150 or so, not 200 profit. Yeah. Nothing against them, I'm necessary for them. And I want to just acknowledge all of them that during the war, we live here without eating chicken feet and what have you. If you could have bound that chicken feet for 1 month, or you don't want to have more without buying it, without, buying no thing there for them, they have to pay that rent. Let me leave by cassava leaf and whatsoever. It's actually hurting my feeling.
Okay. Thank you so much. I hope that the Ministry of Commerce and Industry is listening and take some do investigation on that allegation. Again, the 0555 101075 or 0555 101075 or 0777 075. These are the numbers. So we continue taking more calls here on Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1 FM, and other local radio stations across Liberia, and also our YouTube channel, Facebook. And pretty soon we will be on TikTok and, of course, Twitter as well. So, both of your calls on 0555 101075, 0555 101075, or 0777 1075. All right, and you will be live here on Spoon 107.5 FM. Hello, your name, please, and where are you joining us from?
This is Abdullah Aram Formula calling you from Broadview, District number 17.
Okay, so please be a little bit louder as you go ahead.
Okay. I said I'm Abdullah Aram Formula calling from Broadview, District number 17.
Go ahead, sir.
What on my mind is evening is the momentum in planting LEC poles in my district, especially for the area. The people are working as if to say they are looking for profit. Appreciate that.
Okay.
And I also want to appreciate morally for your hard work. I passed around the street today. I know I smell any affluence from the manhole there. It's
Okay.
really bad. So I tell them to do their best. Thank you very much. I say this.
Okay. Hello. Hello, your name, please, and where are you joining us from?
I'm What on my mind is that this tax collection that the government is going through. Actually, paying the tax is not wrong, but the way the tax have been used is not actually going to some of us satisfaction. And so, I mean, if they collect the tax from us and use it for us, we see the amount of the tax that we are paying, I think we'll be much encouraged to pay our taxes correctly.
Okay. Thank you very much. Hello, your name, please, and where are you joining us from?
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. What's your name, please?
My name is Customer. I call you from Chikoton Chicken Farm.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. What is on my mind is concerning the criminal rate has increased in our country. Over the short period of time, we're seeing motorcyclists, people being keke, and we see them with their bags, and people on motorbikes checking their bags from them. The two occasions that I witnessed one person lost their lives because
All
the
right.
traffic was
You might be very, very low. Hello? Hello? Hello, your name, please, and where are you joining us from?
Yeah, good evening, Sylvester. How you doing?
I'm good. What's your name, please?
Okay, my name is John Menwa from Shock City. I have one issue on my mind, and it's supposed to be discussed nationally. Just recently, the University of Liberia Authority dismissed 8 persons for malpractices and raw handling of grey issue at the university. They were not those guards that were fired who initiated the corrupt behavior. The commerce inspector went to them and gave them money. So if they have suffered because the man went to them and gave them money, or whatsoever they did that, they gained degree. What about the man who initiated the act? And the man said, saying that as commerce inspector, people lost their job, it's not fair to the people. President should get rid of that man from that place. He's not qualified to be in that position.
Thank you so much, John Mayer. Thank you for your
Hello,
contribution. Hello, your name, please, and where are you joining us from?
I'm John Kwai calling from 540.
District 3. Please go ahead.
Yeah, what on my mind tonight is every day we cry, we say no money in the country, but the by-election in the country is too much. The by-election. So the president got to do something about the by-election, and we got to visit the law.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for. Hello? Hello? Please go ahead. Hello?
Hello.
Your name, please, and where are you joining us from?
I call you on the oral. My name is Rebecca F.
You went up. Hello?
Hello?
Your name, please, and where are you joining us from?
Yeah, I'm OTS for Junior calling from the RRA, Single Village.
Go ahead, sir.
Huh?
Please go ahead. We are listening to you.
Yeah, what I'm saying, what is on my mind is that the governor of Liberia have to look at these 6 major points I'm about to speak out for them to work on it for our economy to be built. So number one here is food, is agriculture, health, security, electricity, and sanitation. It's what the government of Liberia have to work on to build the economy of Liberia for citizens to stop crime. Hello.
Yes, sir. You are done, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Hope the officials of the government are listening for your recommendation. Hello? Hello?
Hello, sir. How you doing?
Your name, please, and where are you joining us from?
Yeah, okay. I'm Patrick Illegal Junior calling from Sofine community. What is on my mind is that I think Liberia is taking to another level, and we thank the president for the level that we take the country on right now. But what I want to say, I want to appeal to him because some of our community they're soaking the Nabala. So we connect to another people, they can't they so on power and then they cut it off. Then they care out to prison and they put on jail. So I don't think it's better. I think I'm supposed to enjoy the immunity of this country. So
Okay.
we ask that they be able to focus, they help us too. How to
Okay.
get electricity.
All right. Thank you. Hello?
Yeah, good evening, Sylvester.
Yes, your name, please. And where are you joining us from?
I'm Prince Poor, calling from Brazil.
From Bureau City. Please go ahead.
Yeah, what is on my mind this evening? It's just about the legislature of the republic. You see, those representatives, because they make their own law, they eating the money, and no one there to put the law. Or I think they still were saying something one time concerning about the representative salary, talking about if you're one of the leaders in the country right now, they're going to cut down their salary to a certain level. And that is true. Because the people eating huge amount of money, nothing they're doing for the country. They only there fighting one another, doing all kinds of things in the house that they can't release money every day. They cry and say no money in the country, but the individual hold their brains away over people passing around. So I think the country, the government had to better work on it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for your contribution this evening. 0777 771075 0777 771075 or 0555 Hello. Can you please dress away from your receiver?
Hello,
Your name, please, and where are you joining us from?
my name is Philip Canaso. I call you from Mangibi County.
Go ahead.
Yeah, what is on my mind is about our President Buhari, saying that he had a broken economy and this and that, whereas they are the same people creating avenues for government resources to be spent on. Look at the by-election they are creating in Imakande. We suddenly sponsor the election in Imakande. Isn't that government resources going to be used? So I beg you, tell the people to become serious in this country, my brother. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Hello. Go ahead, please.
Yes, hello.
Your name, please, and where are you joining us from?
Yeah, Victor Sampson calling from Roy Johnson. Yeah, what is in my mind tonight is really I want to inform the central government. I know the Nigerian body will be not be entering the country. I'm not hearing it. The guy brother in Southeast there. Who they carrying what book not be. So what my mind.
Hello. Your name, please, and where are you joining us from?
Good evening, I'm Apake Duan, and I'm calling from the Smart Road community to be precise, the Oro.
Go ahead.
All right, and what is on my mind is that the burning of the Capitol building. Since then, the investigation have been on our way, but then we have not come out to tell us that wrong. So we yet to understand exactly what went wrong.
Okay. Thank you. It's 055101075. Hello, your name, please, and where are you joining us from? Hello.
Hello.
You love to post in your voice, please. You are live. Please go ahead.
I'm a
This is yeah, you ready. Hello. Another person bringing bad feedback. 077771075, 077771075, or 05551101075. We already see you on screen right here. And see you. How are you? Okay, it's not ready to join you, but let's continue to.
I mean, yeah, he's out, brother. I don't know. Yeah. Who won the game? Chelsea? Who won the game? Arsenal? I don't even know who we playing. Somebody said so. They're playing football game somewhere. Sylvester. Who won?
Yeah, I didn't follow it because I was, making my way to the station. Professional.
Anybody out there know who won the game? Who actually the team that are playing? Sir, I don't even know who played. Yeah. I gotta keep up with the game, right? The game, people love the game, but I don't know who the players are, the different team. But
the different wings.
Huh?
I said that different wings and the goalkeepers.
Yeah, I don't know all those things. I waste of my time. They say what? PSG 2-1. Who 2-1? Who won? Who all were playing, by the way? Arsenal playing who? I want people to tell us.
Yes. Let me roll down.
Lone Star were playing. Lone Star were playing Arsenal, right? PSG is ripping Arsenal. That's what the president said. They said PSG winning 2-1. They are ripping the guy there. Wow. Whatever the case would be, man. Listen, somebody said PSG 2, Arsenal 1. Oh yeah, PSG leading. How many minutes we got left in the game? I think 3 minutes, 4 minutes. You know what? Again, let me put my TV on and see. Let me see. I know, but quite a people. You took the remote from here. Where's the remote? You took my remote.
We're on this side.
Oh man, you're bad picking. Maybe you took my remote. That laugh, apartment laugh. That laugh, apartment laugh. The Honorable Rugi Peking. The man is in the house. Joyce Carter is in the house. There's a 2 minute left. 2 minutes left in the game. PSG got 2 and Arsenal got 1. They will beat Arsenal. They will beat Arsenal. They will beat Arsenal. So I don't know who.
Arsenal Baka beat yesterday, right?
Yeah, but why they beat Baka? Who they call Baka? Say I don't even know. But why they beat Baka?
I give him there.
I thought they said Barcelona can play.
I tell you, every time.
I can play that info. Yeah. I can play that info. Yeah. Barcelona, they beat them. So let's see. I think actually PSG won this game because it's but over now. I think it's 90 minutes now. Somebody said I'm gonna call Delon. Delon, I wish team he's supporting. Huh?
I don't know, but that man is usually more political than
No, they don't get play game though. Let me call Delon and ask him for the school. They posted I'm gonna call Delon, so let me ask Delon. Let me see whether Delon will agree. They posted call Delon. Let's see what Delon will pick up because I think he's supporting Arsenal. They beat Arsenal badly. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are calling the Moserado Senator Abraham Darius Delon to give us the result of the game today. Let's see whether Senator Delon will answer and whether he will be fair giving out the score. So, Mr. Chiroplay.
Yes, sir.
I don't know whether Senator Delon will answer. I really don't know. Because we got to beat his team. I think his team that Arsenal, right?
Maybe.
Or they say aggregate. Why would they call aggregate 3-1? What I mean?
Aggregate. Maybe it's going to equal level or something else.
But aggregate is what?
I know you know that. I mean, that's
Paul Kennedy, I try to understand football, Paul.
Football, what aggregate means?
So the aggregate is the ratio of outstanding score. So you play one game before and you won one, and somebody play one game before and won you two. There's a goal aggregate of one. So it's more like a deficit that is out to you. Their total accumulated score is the aggregate of the score they have against yours.
All right, so let me talk to the person too and see what you're saying is true. My friend, help us understand the game. What's the result of the game right now? You're live.
The game is a 3-1 aggregate because of Paris Saint-Germain won in England against Arsenal.
Okay.
One day, and it's 2-1 right now as the score going on to the 3.
How many minutes left in the game?
We're looking like approximately 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
But then the game is over, right? Because 3 minutes they can score, right? Can they score?
Yeah, they can score 3 goals in 3 minutes.
So somebody might just take the ball and leave the field. Somebody might kick the ball outside the field and kill the time. Somebody should add that they hurt and just sit down because you can't give another injury time if the man is hurt, right?
It's left with the ref. Discretion.
That's right. That's right. The game is not out until the final whistle is blown, Stanton.
Until the final whistle.
So right now we can say PSG, Paris Saint-Germain. What's the name?
Paris
Saint-Germain.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that might be wait. They gotta make it that money. Then my business to sweat myself with Paris Saint-Germain. Leave my phone, man. Leave my phone.
Paris
Saint-Germain.
That's the first team, the legend Joy Weah played for. We went to Europe.
I agree. Joy Weah money went to Joy Weah. What my business in our
the legend.
The legend.
That ball play football more than anybody that I know.
But Paul Kennedy, here's my issue, right? You see people fighting. They say the love for the game. I agree. Paul, look out there enjoying themselves. Love for game.
And Stanton, that's the thing. If they could actually translate that love for game to our local teams, I think our local teams will do very well. I mean, I've seen people fight each other, for European teams that they're never going to see. But nobody cares about what IE and Barrow and the local teams are doing on the ground. So I think they should convert.
If there's nothing coming back to me, I just take it for fun. It won't be that serious because Paris Saint-Germain, Paris Saint-Germain, and Arsenal, and Chelsea, and Barca, and everybody going crazy. These guys make millions of dollars, right? And people say, I'm an Arsenal fan, I'm a Barca fan. You go buy the jersey, my friend. You're making the poor getting all the money, and guess what? You were in Liberia fighting, killing yourself.
And now that they're fighting, they are also betting.
Yes, it's because of the betting, make that,
They are also betting who wins. They are getting money. So I think, Sylvester, we should move some of our energy, this positive energy we have, to supporting our local team. Because when we do that, we elect the sports. We bring resources to the game. I mean, how many of us go to see this team playing on ATS or SKD? We should begin to do that.
You're not using the headset and the microphone. You sound better, though. It's like in different location.
We're talking straight here, man. Leave me alone.
No, I'm watching your terrain. Paul Kennedy is not home, my people. You have different location. I can see through the mirror behind you. There's a mirror behind you. I see everything I understand.
Terrain management.
Terrain management. Yeah, so I mean, I'm hearing that they beat Arsenal. So all the Arsenal fans are getting mad. But it is why it is, my people. Welcome to the Spoon Talk. Let's talk politics. We come here and talk politics, but we want to open the line and hear what's happening out there on the football thing. What's your team, right? We're just going to do it briefly. What's your team? Is your team winning? And hey, I care less. For me, I don't care about anything.
I'm from Real Madrid. I'm from Real Madrid. The be other day.
Likewise.
I'm doing Real. That's Real.
I'm
That's
also,
my team.
I'm also a realist.
So
I'm a realist. So I do Real Madrid.
From which country?
From Spain.
Spain? Okay. What about PSG? Which country?
PSG is in France, from Paris.
Okay. What about Arsenal?
Arsenal's from England.
Oh, okay. Manchester from England too, right?
That is correct, yes.
What about Man U?
Man U is also from England. Barcelona is from Spain.
Wait. They get Man United and they get another
Manchester City. City.
Both of them from England.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so let me name the team that I know. Liverpool. Where Liverpool from?
From England also.
So you got Liverpool, you got Arsenal, you get Man U, Man City, you get Chelsea. Then you leave from there, you go to Paris, you get PSG, and you get Real Madrid. Where were the other team they call Monaco?
You got Monaco is also from Paris, from France.
Oh, okay.
AS Monaco, PSG. Those are the teams that from France.
What about the other team they call Lone Star? Where are they from?
From Liberia, from my hometown. Sometimes that team is from my hometown, and you can't play around with it.
So Sylvester, open the line. Let's hear exactly what the people say about the game. Please don't touch your politics. Yeah, we're getting politics. We got a lot of stuff happening today. Again, people say I said something yesterday. I want to go back on it because I'm very serious. I've been looking. We get politics anyway. Let me leave that because I totally disagree with my brother Paul Kennedy. Again, tonight I disagree with you. But let's ask the Liberian people, your team. Is your team winning? What kind of league are they in, Paul? Is that a European league? How do you call that league?
So they have several leagues in the European sector. They got the Premier League, and the Premier League are those leagues that play between inter teams within the same country. And then they have the European League that are cross countries from different countries playing to win the cup, the European Cup. And they got very regional leagues and very championship league in Europe, the whole lot. And Sylvester, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not this football person.
Actually on
but Sylvester, not football person either.
I'm not a sport lover as well, though. I'm just occasionally follow sports, but
but my question is, so you got all this team. Let's go to the phone line. And guys, thank you for joining us. We're going to work on that Mohamed Kada Masakwe. Mohamed, Champion League. Mohamed says the Champion League. Okay. For now, we got Vermont Richardson. I'm watching from Providence, Rhode Island. Thank you very much, Vermont. We got Say Daken watching from Minnesota. We have I'm watching from Providence. We have this person said no sound, What do you mean no sound? We are live, my friend. We got Voices of Lawalazo. It's good to have you. Let's see. Welcome, Spoon. Thank you, Faith call. But I'm kind of concerned here. Let's hear your team name, whether your team is doing better. So let's go to the phone line and hear the people which team they support.
Okay. So you take us now, right?
Yeah. Briefly.
Okay. Hello. Your name, please.
Yeah, my name is Mayo. I joined from FDA Bonafide.
Increase the volume, please.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Your name, what's your team? Your name and where?
I'm the leader of you. My team is, for me, I don't support any team that are in Liberia. I only support any team from Liberia. So I don't go in with it. But one thing, if anybody want to support, let's support our own team.
So what's the team that's going on? Let me get fast.
What's this person? Real quick, your name and where you joining us from?
This is the United Center. Please leave Barcelona alone. Please leave Messi be alone.
Oh, but what do you mean you had to? I'm kind of confused. Barcelona making you to have for what? What happened with Barcelona?
They beat them if you there.
Oh, they beat them?
They dead it down. They dead it down yesterday.
All right, I think look at that woman talking about football, yo. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
So Barcelona they will send the money to you. Continue talking. Your name and where you joining us from? Your name and where are you joining us from, sir? The other person call and they're quiet. So guys, if you want to be part of the show, just talk into your phone, please. You got somebody calling from your end, Sylvester. Let's hear the people that love soccer.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Your name, please, and where are you joining us from? What's your team?
Yeah. This is what you say. I'm calling from Sobe.
Yes. What's your team? Is your team winning?
Thank you very much for I'm talking about all discussion. And my question has to do with.
No, it's not discussion now. We're talking about sports. What's your team?
My team?
Yeah, your team name. Is it Barcelona?
Real Madrid fan.
Oh, Real Madrid fan. Okay, yeah, thank you. All right.
Yeah.
Let's get another person. Hello.
Yeah, good evening, Sylvester.
I'm good. Your name and what's your team?
Who was from Everton, Europe. I beg you, already with the bag. I think so. You ought to know, yeah.
All right. So you already talk about Barcelona fans there.
Baga fan and not let defeat. They don't let defeat. They fighting around here. And they beat them.
I'm good. Your name and what's your team name as well?
I'm going to say a call from Tiporo. I share for Liverpool.
Oh, Liverpool. Okay. All right. Thank you. Hello.
Hello.
Your name and tell us your team name as well.
My name is I'm a Chelsea fan. I'm so happy that I go out of it.
All right, Chelsea fan there. Hello.
Chelsea fan.
Mm-hmm. Hello. Yeah, what's her name?
This is nice.
Hey, coming broken. Hello.
Yeah,
what's your team name?
This is my sister.
The line is very terrible.
So hold on 1 minute. Let me play this video, right? Dr. Richardson, let me see your face. You have your face for us. It's good to see you. Or that they hair. You have your face or that they hair. All of you looking surprising to me today. Paul Kennedy is at a different location. You see a background like he's in the hotel room, but we'll leave that one alone. Dr. Richardson coming behind your face, your hair all on your face. Dr. Richardson, move the hair back small. Let's see your face. Paul Kennedy, which hotel you in?
I'm not in the hotel, my man.
Professor, how you doing? All right.
Yeah, I'm doing good. How are you doing as well?
I'm doing well.
Stand on your own. I'm not in the hotel.
Well, you see what we're going to tell you. Let's play the video. Look at the guy crying for the game. Now, he didn't even close to Europe, but look at him crying. Hey! 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 They got serious?
They made a Barcelona fan when they beat them. I think they beat them.
Yeah, they beat them.
They're three counting.
Barcelona kill me. Let me have Hey! Hey! God, no. Well, is this how people behave? The man is on the street. Kill me. Barcelona, why?
Tell them when you see it arrive, even if that is money, they hear money.
How much? Baka don't kill me. Baka don't kill me. Is that how people behave?
When you put your money on the bet and you hoping that the team's gonna win and the team
I gotta play this one more time. That's the richest important. You imagine the man is on the street. Who's that guy? I hope we can get to him, man. Seriously. So
Is he crying? I agree with you, Paul. Maybe he's crying because he's mad.
Hey! Hey! What? Hey! What? Hey! Pastor, don't kill me. Let me have a... Hey! Hey! God, no! God, I let go. Pastor, don't kill me. Pastor, why?
Why?
How much am I open? How much?
So they are saying the guy is a comedian. So this thing is all over, right? But that's the fun of the game. Even if he's a comedian, understand that that's the fun of the game. People love the game. People really do. And people, I mean, say what you want to say. Like the beat Arsenal now, so the guy and I even answering the phone. You got to beat Arsenal done. But guys, we appreciate you.
But see, I think that is better. In Liberia, Jeff from Grangide, Barcelona friend, shouted according to the report, and he died.
Yeah, I saw that on Spoon page. They said he was celebrating too much and he died.
So you see that?
Yeah. But I want to say thanks to all of you. We're going to get into the show. This is a big one. Those of you that love soccer, like for me, I really don't think I can roll like that. I really don't know the names of some of those players. The only player name that I know growing up, James Salisa Diba, Joe Manawia, Salisa Opine, Joey Close, or Joey Opine, Salisa Close. That's the thing we know. Anything short of that, yeah, or Bocha Sebe, yeah, we know Bocha Sebe. But I know Messi, I know Ronaldinho, who else? Can somebody help me? That's it.
Samuel Eto'o, he's not playing now. You're right. Who else? I mean, I give it to y'all, man. You guys are good, no problem. For me, I'll stick in my corner, but it is what it is. But I want to say congrats to PSG. And you know, no, you don't want me to call Dylan. I call Dylan. They don't say he can't answer now because they beat his team. So just I'm gonna call Dylan. They beat his team. They don't can't answer now. It's hard for Dylan. They don't ask no fan. It's hard for him. But I want to say to all of you, thank you today for joining us. I am a little bit under the weather. The Honorable Larry P. Youngquad from Nima County. Papi, how you doing? It's good to see you joining us. Crystal, as always, it's good to see you, Crystal. I want to welcome every one of you. Thank you. Just share the show. Go online. Do it because you love the network. Continue to share. Invite somebody. Let's have a great discussion today. A lot of stuff running through social media. A lot of stuff running through social media. Everybody talking about this project, but I love what Dr. Buble said is progress, not project. But yet still we have to go back to the project. And the House of Representatives, it's like everything kind of quiet. Everything kind of quiet. But guess what happened? The calmness before the storm, right? That calmness. Something is about to explode. Today is Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I believe by Friday, they should be coming out with some kind of press statement as to the rule of law position here. I'm not going to go ahead of them to say anything. I'm not well. So I will keep something in my stomach, but maybe an hour into the program, I will have to say because I want to get well, right? What's going to happen on Sunday? What's going to happen on Monday? On Tuesday, the guys going back to session on Tuesday. On Tuesday, we have, no, I said I'm not going to say, don't make me say, we'll talk about the House of Representatives. But let me say, I mean, what's the deal? That Labro will talk about, let me just say,
Right? You want me to say? I can tell you exactly everything that's going to happen. I mean, what's the big deal, folks? What will count on the people showing high information? You want me to hide it? No, but Paul Kennedy, you guys are not being fair, Dr. Richardson. Benny, you guys not being fair. They come here every day to listen to information. And you want me huh?
Okay.
Let me talk it. Why you look at me like that? Like this on bad. Look at Paul Kennedy hold your mouth. Yeah, man. I mean, look, okay, you know what? Sylvester, go to the phone and let's ask the people. Let's see if they want me to talk it. That's a problem, Glenny. Why you looking at me like that for? You calling me, don't call me. I would not answer the call, Glenny. I mean, you count the show, you want to talk, you talk. Why you want to talk, then don't count the show. We got message for the Liberian people.
What kind of trouble here again today, my people?
No,
but what kind of trouble is there? I see with them here, my people.
No, but you want me to keep quiet.
But who said whoever to keep you quiet? That whoever is.
No,
who can tell you to shut up or you to shut up?
I've been sick all night. When I come here, I get strength. The thing that happening in the house, that come to happen.
We beg you, please talk. We
Friday,
beg you.
Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I got to say tonight. Why you stopping me?
Nobody stopping you. Please talk. We begging you. All of us begging you.
We have thousands of people following us. They are stopping me. You have information too much. And listen, not good. You want to have a show, you have a show. You don't want to have a show, you don't have a show. Let dance kakalika and go home.
Kakalika.
Yeah, kakalika, zo.
That's not a single you want to.
Okay, and we go.
I got my mama coughing.
We already know.
No, man, but every day, this thing that pisses me off. Every day people can watch the show. They also say your house small. Hiding for what? You know when you're gonna die? Liberia will be Liberia. We gotta tell the people the information. Once it's about to happen, we gotta tell them. If you don't want me to tell them, don't tell me. If you tell me, I will tell them.
That we know.
Right now, if you tell me that Paul Kennedy not home, I will tell you, yeah, he's in a hotel. Look in the background.
Okay.
No, man. No, for real. Right now, if you tell me who's sponsoring Fubi Harry in Ghana, I will tell you that Unity Party. He told me not to say, but I have to say he's in Ghana.
Fubi in Ghana?
Yeah, Fubi Bay in Ghana. The man count, no internet problem. The electricity is good. The man in Ghana.
I see.
Yeah, the man is all.
You, Fubi?
That Unity Party.
Oh, I see.
You're talking.
I'm not well. I will tell everything to that. I will tell everything to that. Yeah, man. But we're going to discuss the House of Representatives. And Richard Coon and Fonati Kofa, we're going to talk about them tonight. Who will be the presiding officer? Would there be new election? I just want you to think about that. Would there be the new election and who will be the presiding officer? Now, the big question remains, will Fonati resign? And how soon Fonati will resign? We got all the scoop for you. We're going to give it to you, right? Will Fonati resign? I don't know. Maybe if I drink another cup of coffee, I will say something. So let's hold that. People running around and say, but Stanton, you asked the Unity Party government when you left the show and you went to Bible study. They said, did you listen to the guys that you left on the show that were saying bad thing about you? I said, no.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They said, the guys. So I went back and I listened. People were saying bad thing about me. Because I asked one question. What have this government done in 17 months? The other person I said go about me like that Richardson. So maybe I gotta renew my contract with Dr. Richardson because you know what? She might say it's a fault, but she said good thing about me yesterday. So I will reconsider renewing my contract with her. You
gotta reconsider your contract and
we used to he on here.
Who me? I'm a John CFC. You can know where Musa my man, but I can't join the party. So I can join the other party. But huh?
When you said before you talking.
Oh, you put me in your party, I'll put your secret outside.
Yeah, we know that.
I will tell you the reason why my Blayon didn't win the election. I'll put them outside.
Poor Michael.
But Mark knew he wasn't going to win. We all knew that. But anyway, let's leave that alone. My issue here is that at the end of the day, I want you guys to be part of the show, folks, right? We come here, we laugh, we come here, we joke, but we discuss serious issue. I asked the question the last time, most recently yesterday. Can you show me one new project that was done under this government? Just one new project. And up to now, everybody running away and they come up with everything. There's nothing new. I understand what everybody's saying. Government is continuing with it. I understand that. True. When you leave it, the next person will carry on. I believe it. But I went through Dr. Richardson all day. I went through Facebook. I went through the internet. Everywhere President Bouakai traveled, there were promises made to the president and the government of Liberia. $5 billion from HPX. We see a year. $3 billion from China. Incoming year. The Indonesia own. The Ivory Coast own on the life. And we'll go through everything. Then we ask our Unity Party friends and brothers what happened. The next thing people should understand, we got Freeport. We got NASCAR. We have LTA. We have the Maritime. You ask yourself, all the money they're collecting, are they giving what they needed to give to the government coffers? Are they contributing? No. They say we'll contribute this one. The money come, they contribute small, and where the rest of the money go, only God will know. They have created what they call cash cow. And these guys don't want us to say it. They have created cash cow. People just can't and take and go. Nobody giving any account. So we dug behind them. Maritime should be given $24 million. Last year they gave 14. Where the other $10 million? And the rest of the money. Let's go to Freeport. So is it bad to ask those commissioners, those directors, what are they doing with the Liberian people money? Is it a bad thing to ask them? Or are they giving the money to who they want to give the money to in government? And one of my friends said, but 6 years under John Manawia, he did the same thing. I'm not a John Manawia fan. And that's why we removed John Manawia. So if you're doing it today, it means that you don't want to be there past 6 years. That Richard said, am I kidding you? Your only excuse, Joey Atan, they didn't do it. So what we're doing is better because Joey didn't do it in time. Hey man, that's a rescue excuse. But we'll discuss it. I want us to go back to HPX. The meeting that was held yesterday, we got a lot of information that came in, and they are starting to town. But there's a trouble. There's a big problem coming up here. Big one. And we'll discuss it too. If we do not help President Bouakai, those that are around the president, whether willingly or unwillingly, they will destroy the country, and President Bouakai will have to accept the responsibility because he is the president. So my job here is to tell the president that you are the president. It's not Grisby. It's not Kofi Woods. It's not Mbodi Kamara. It's not Buju Ben Keita. It's not Magdala Cooper. It's not Sir Johnny. You are the president. When you guys then begin to eat money and move it up and down, you are responsible, Mr. President. So our job is to remind the president continuously. Right now it's 5:20, 9:20 in Liberia. We want to say welcome to all of you. Again, it will be a powerful discussion today on this Spoon Talk. And we love having you as always. Let's get into the mindset of Dr. Francine Chenoweth Richardson, Global Chair CMC. I don't know if I'm allowed to add that.
Yes, you are.
Am I allowed? Okay.
For all the shows.
Global Chair CMC. Let's welcome I don't know how far CMC now said the election they went there. But
Don't
anyway, let me move on.
Don't worry about it.
But Richard said, me do my introduction here now. Let's welcome the regional chair for Lenu Paul Kennedy. Lenu /CDC.
National Executive Committee member, Lenu.
Okay, National Executive Committee member that is in the hotel currently. What is the man doing in the hotel? Nobody knows. The man is in Washington, D.C., but he left his house, he went to the hotel. Welcome to the show, Paul Kennedy. We got to ask that question. We're going to welcome the Phoebe Herring's former treasurer for AMC, now a major consultant to the Unity Party who resides in Ghana. Phoebe Herring, welcome to the show, my brother. It's good to have you. I mean, you saying nothing, you're laughing?
I'm not concerned with Unity Party.
No, I agree. You will not say that because so many of you can say y'all get your late thing coming every month, so you will not say. You know.
I can't hear me.
Yeah, maybe it's from me, but when I finish talking, I will mute myself and to give chance for the others to speak. Let's welcome Glendy. It's good to see you, Glendy.
No position. I want you to add. I don't want you to subtract. Welcome, Glendy. Thank you.
No.
Don't add, don't subtract your position.
All right, Glendy position at Dillon position. Basel Solidarity Group. You gotta understand some people. Yombly, DeLong, all of them, that the guy Grand Basel Group, that Glendy position.
That's
so Liberty Party / what's the other party name? Liberty Party. I think you own the Liberty Party, right? Because I think you support only the Liberty Party.
You know that I'm from Liberty Party?
Yeah, I heard that.
That's what I told you.
Glendy, I heard that you're from Liberty Party. You support
true.
Liberty Party.
I always say it all the time. I don't support parties. I support individuals.
Oh, okay, Glendy. Okay.
I made that very clear.
Now I know. Now I know. So you're supporting DeLong and Young.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay. Anything you want to say, I take it.
You're supporting Edwin Snow too, right?
Oh yeah, that one I'm waiting for reverses.
Oh yeah?
Oh yes. I would rather break and be.
Well, how can one person jump from one county to another? This is bad, Paul. This is not good. The man left from Moserado, Paul. He want to bomb it. He finished taking all the bombing gold and diamond and iron ore and all the farm product. He going reverses. Paul Kennedy, how can we? What's going on?
But who he stopped?
I don't think the law. I don't think the law prohibits him from doing that. Once he meets the residency clause, I think he can run and become whatever the Liberian people want him, whatever capacity they want him to serve in.
I can say this to you, right? And they will change that law. They will.
When 2029? When we finish with the process?
The law that you change first is allowing people to move from one place to another to go to vote for people who they have no. That's the law that you first reinforce.
But what you need to understand, if you see it, then you got to say it. You know the man trucking, then point it out. You accuse Americana for trucking. You accuse Americana for trucking, right? But the fact remains that no, Glendy come back, don't go now. They say talk, bring talk. You accuse Americana for trucking, but because you never have money to truck, so you blame Americana.
Not that I didn't have money to truck. It is not an integrity to truck. It is a violation of
Did you see Americana trucking? Did you see it? Did you see the people in the truck coming to Buffalo?
There are people in Buffalo who did not even know where they were going to vote. There were people in trucks, yellow cow. They put them in trucks, yellow cow, and brought them in Buffalo, and they did not know at the point in time which part of Buffalo they were. The civil society group put a group together called Anti-Trucking Movement. That group was stopping people from registering.
Oh, but man, I don't waste our time and talk. But always our time.
So the
you sit down there, you can talk plenty, and you sit down there, the man truck, the man warn you. What did you do?
They should make laws first to stop people in the big country with 325 million people stand on. You can't move from Willingboro to go to Delaware to vote. You're not able. There's no way you will be able to move from Willingboro to go to move from Willingboro to go to Burlington to vote. You're not going to be able to vote there.
Paul, Paul. You do all the talking. The man went in Buffalo and truck and he beat you. Then I hear you go and bring your talking. Why you go and tell the people, say we get people here that are living in Buffalo and they're voting?
We did that. We registered that. The
No,
election commission,
no, they didn't listen to
then
you.
the election commission said they can verify who live where. Look at that kind of weak excuse.
Exactly.
That's weak. That's very weak.
So what are you going to do now for 2029? What mechanism are you going to put in place now to prevent trucking in
What
Buffalo?
mechanism can the country put in place, Stanton? That's the question you should be asking the election commission, not Paul Kennedy.
You should be able to advocate for those things because you are passionate about trucking.
So most
that
of the
is
people who
illegal.
are making the laws, Stanton, are in favor of trucking because trucking helps them. Most of the people who are currently in the legislature, who should be holding the election commission responsible, benefit from trucking. So they have no incentive to want to stop trucking. But
Okay.
imagine people leaving Monterrey and voting in Buffalo and coming back and having nothing to do with it, actually undermines the development in Buffalo.
Thank you. Thank you very much,
Yeah,
Paul
well,
Kennedy.
you can't stop people from voting where they want to vote. So
What do you mean where they
that way
want to vote? Should they want to vote? Phoebe Henry, let's make the argument. When people are disenfranchised by
Well, they're introducing you.
when people are disenfranchised by a group of people who have no relevance in a particular geographic location as far as election is concerned, they come and make decisions and live. Like people go to Riverside to vote there and come back to Monterrey, and whether Riverside has good school, whether Riverside system is moving, they don't care anymore because they're taking their $20 and going to vote and come back. So it should be a concern for all some of us who are advocating for transparency and good governance. Don't say people want to vote where they want to vote.
I don't disagree with your point. My point is you can't stop them from voting where they want to vote. But I don't disagree with your point. The constitution does not put any limit to where you want to vote. They just say you are a resident and be a registered voter.
That's not true. They say people should register. The constitution, the voting laws that people should register originally where they reside to vote. Originally.
All right,
So
Paul.
if you are in Buffalo, that way you should register to vote.
I beg you guys, I beg you, let move ahead.
That article is the election law. I'll find it and show it to you.
Paul, let's move ahead. And you know what, Uncle Sam, let me bring in Uncle Samuel Jackson, NPP/CDC. Uncle Sam jump between party. Uncle Sam, let's welcome you to the show.
Thank you very much, everybody. I want to say hello to everybody. I just took a very good old man's nap. My muff is ready to run.
Hey!
Yeah, my muff is ready to run. And I'm listening to, you can't stop voting, people trucking people in a poor country where $20 is like $1,000 to 90% of the population. 80.9% of the people in the informal sector living on less than $2 a day. When you change poverty and you improve the lives of people and give them knowledge where they believe they will have a stake in the society and teach them civics lesson, then you can stop voter trucking. But voter trucking, let's just be very practical. If I were born in Bopolu and I'm living in Douala, and I decide that I want to go and register in where I was born, there's nothing wrong with that, Paul. Nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. So to police voter trucking is almost an impossible task, besides the structural issues that are involved. And the constitutionality is very clear. If I were born in Riverside and I decide I'm living in Monrovia, I want to go register in Riverside, and somebody want to pay me to go do that, you can't stop it, Paul. Cannot. It's not practical to stop it. That's the point I want to make.
Yeah, but Uncle Sam, I heard what you say. I really want to say this. Hey, listen, guys, this thing, we have to have a holistic approach that Rich is saying. Trucking is wrong. But if you cannot identify that the person will truck into your country, and you cannot show anything that is required by the National Election Commission, then everything else we're doing, we're just talking, right? Because you cannot go as far as Foya and you in Vojama and you say, oh, They person not from 4 years. I mean, if the person registered there to vote according to the election law, that's what they are going to vote. That's why it's very important that we have a voting education that Richard said. We have to educate the people, because Paul is right. I can leave a Monrovia and go to Bapolo to vote. I'm going to come right back home. I don't care about the water pump Mo Alipo in Bapolo that is not working. I don't care about it. I don't care about the dusty road I go into Bapolo and the jet greater and rain season come. It's muddy, it's bad up. I don't care, because Bapolo is not my county. Let's face it, right? I just go there just because somebody like Uncle Sam says somebody want to give me $20 or $30. I come home. I just sold my vote. But we got to educate the people as to listen. This is about your children. This is about your grandparents. This is about your tomorrow. And if we can't do that, Paul, we'll cry all day, and these things will be a problem. But I want to welcome each and every one of you folks. Continue to share the show, and let's have fun tonight. I do believe that we should start out with the House of Representatives. That Richard said, what are you hearing?
I'm not hearing anything, Stanton. You want to come back to me on that question?
Correct. So let me go and ask the same question to everyone. Paul Kennedy, what are you hearing?
Well, there's two sides. There's one side that says Funati will resign on the 13th, and open the process for him for an incoming new speakership. But there's also one side that says Funati is going to continue to hold his grounds as far as he thinks that the process has to be duly followed. And then, of course, if the majority bloc can acquire the number that is required to remove him and to present their petition, he will exclude himself, and then there can be a committee set to probe into the matter, and then he resigns. So it is coming from both sides, but we have to wait and see, Stanton, because as we always said, resignation is the prerogative of an individual. You cannot force people to resign. They should be resigning at their will and pleasure as far as things are concerned. Now, don't get me wrong, there is a lot of confidence amongst the colleagues that you can clearly see for Funati, but losing confidence, vote of confidence in him does not eligibilate for you for the removal process. Now, what Funati is saying, yeah, I get it. You don't have confidence in me to be your leaders. I don't have the quorum, but follow the process and remove me. So it's a claim here battle. We are listening to see what will happen on the 13th when they return to to the House of Rep. For us to see what are the next steps and what's really happening. But there are two sides of the story, as it has always been. And sometimes it's really difficult to follow it and to know which side anybody is on.
Thank you, Paul. Fubi, what are you hearing out there?
Funati has been removed ever since November. So, and the guys are not giving in to any negotiation for re-election of speaker. And whatever the formality of resigning is just to add dignity to Funati's own image, but Funati was removed ever since, and the majority of black are not going to give in to the call for any re-election of speaker. And so, and there are other people that they're also talking to fall in line. And so, Representative Kuhn stays as the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and they will do what they can do to solidify that grip on power.
Thank you, Fubi.
But Paul, quickly, you should read Article 80C and you understand the trucking issue.
Okay, Glenny, let's hear you on this House of Representatives saga.
So hello everybody, it's good to be on. I think I haven't heard anything new except from where we left off the last time. Funati will not resign. We also have to be very clear here that Richard Kuhn already accepted that he's not the speaker by whatever he filed to the Supreme Court of Liberia. He called himself a representative, not a speaker. But what I did hear is that I think there is a quest for Thomas Fala to act so that if they have the numbers, then they can do the vote. In fact, Funati can resign. I know that Funati, what I'm hearing is that he's not interested in remaining as speaker. but he just wanted the process to play out. So Coon is not speaker based on his communication to the Supreme Court. He's going to follow what the ruling was. And if Thomas Falak steps in and acts, then it will give them the opportunity to be able to get the number, and then Fonati will resign or to kick Fonati out. That's where we left off. And I haven't heard anything new, any other different story from that, except what I just shared.
Thank you very much, Glennie. Uncle Sam, let's talk about this Fonati. Let me just put a picture up, or you got Fonati, Councilor J. Fonati Kofa, and you got the representative, speaker number 2, Richard Coon. The photos seem decent, right? These are decent guys, and we all know both of them. They are from the southeastern region. Uncle Sam, here comes the 13th of May, Tuesday. They should be returning to session. What are you hearing on the street?
Well, I believe that Fonati wants to end this. It's been very painful for the country. It's obstructed development in the country, and it's amplified the us against them politics in Liberia. Every single day, what we are doing, what Joseph Boakai is doing. This is not politics. So Fonati will resign, okay? And people like my friend, who's supporting Richard Coon, they will keep him as speaker because he knows he has no legitimacy. He cannot go to his colleagues and then have a new election to legitimize him. So he will continue to be an illegitimate speaker. And what people typically forget is about legacy, is about history, and there will always be an asterisk. For me hearing, there will be an asterisk to Richard Coon's name when he's mentioned in history as speaker. The controversy will be there. And if he's stupid enough to have that illegality stuck on his head forever, and then too, there will be consequences, because the United Party will not be in party forever. The coup that was staged, what we did when the Dodman State coup wrote the 1986 Constitution, we put a clause in there that said those who participated in that could not be prosecuted. But Richard Coon will not have any clause in the Constitution that will prevent them from being prosecuted for the illegality they are going. So let them go. They're young. They're in their 40s and 50s. They will not even be my age in 2029. Okay? And we will push for their prosecution. And some of y'all will be crying, but I just want that I'm going to put it here that those people who disobeyed the Supreme Court, okay, flouted the Constitution, that's sedition, okay, and that's against the public interest. But if Richard Coon wants to stay there, and as the pretender, I'm sure you read history, you heard about pretenders to the throne and all of those things there. Richard Coon is a pretender to be to be the speaker. He can, because the executive supports him. They have all the apparatus of the state, the military, the paramilitary. They have the budget. They have all the institutions of state to maintain this illegality. But this illegality will not go unpunished. It will not go unpunished. It will be brought to bear, and there will be an asterisk. Okay, there will be a footnote when people see Richard Coon a speaker in the history. And if I read another book, there will be double asterisk to Richard Coon's name as speaker.
So thank you very much, Uncle Sam. We welcome Representative Gray to the show, guys. Again, continue to share the show. All of you out there, just go on your social media outlet. Go on Facebook. We are on YouTube. Spoon Network, guys. Can we all share the show here? Let's invite people to be part of the program today. We want you to share. It's going to be a big one today. We're talking about the House of Representatives right now. We are talking about Richard Coon, right? Richard Coon, as you can see, and we are talking about Councilor J. Fonati Kofa. All right, something going to happen from now to Tuesday. Something going to happen. We're going to dive into it. We'll be talking about the HPX and the ArcelorMittal deal. This is interesting, though. We will be discussing it too. Now, I'm going to ask folks out there why some of the SOE are not making the full contribution to the budget. Who eating that money? The money is coming. The National Port Authority, Sekou Dukle, Maritime. What's the guy name? What's the Maritime Commissioner name, man? Somebody help me. Nitolai. I mean, LTA, right? Let's go down the line. NASCAR. The issue remains, are they contributing 100% as per the budget? No. We have gone through all the documents. They are not. So then, where is the Liberian people money going? People are calling for investigation. So we're going to be having a full serious discussion tonight. But let's talk about the House of Representatives right now. My brother Gray, what's your take? What are you hearing from the street? Welcome to the show.
I'm not hearing from the street. I'm hearing from the facts. And the facts are very clear that constitutionally, Richard Coon is not a speaker. And people want to make a comparative analysis to 2 to 3 speakers that were removed from office or they resigned. Those who resign from office, like Edwin Bevin Snow, it was after his resignation that an election was held. So that provides the groundwork. In fact, the deputy speaker under Edwin Bevin Snow took by Moba declined to contest. So they had a legitimate election and they elected Ellis Stado. Now, similarly with the Ellis Stado situation, Ellis Stado, when we read the resolution, Ellis Stado had resigned that morning. So he resigned and subsequently there was an election. Presided over. There was an election. Nobody questioned the election. This situation is that you have a speaker who has not been removed. Group of guys go sit down in one closet. And this man is still claiming the speakership. Constitutionally, the court have ruled in his favor. And they said, no, we're still not recognizing that speaker. And we go to election. They went to election with a sitting speaker. That's the contradiction that some people are not even focusing on. Now, what happens if a next government comes to power? What happens also of the Unity Party? Richard Coon is expanding a speaker budget that is not a speaker. There's a Supreme Court ruling. That is abuse of public funds. That's corruption. For the fact that you're expanding a budget that is not yours, the next government can prosecute you for that. Because the action of the next government, the executive branch of government to prosecute you, will be on the basis of a Supreme Court ruling that said your actions are unconstitutional. That man Fubi and other people sitting on the show here misleading the man, he knows very well the man can be prosecuted under the law. Is that what Richard Coon wants? Like the senior man, Sam Jackson said, there will be an asterisk, a footnote, that this guy had jack power. And it will be read in elementary schools and senior high schools, and even in law schools across Liberia. Okay? And he can be prosecuted for treason, for subversion. And Fubi knows that very well on the basis of the Constitution. All our friends know that. So, and even assuming that maybe the devil advocate, Fonati resigns today, it doesn't make Richard Coon speaker. Because there is a deputy speaker who, by the rules, who should be there for 60 days. We insisted they make a determination of an election. So that means that they have to go to a new election to legitimize him. But he's caused the damage already. What is the damage? He's been acting.
Okay, let's move on with the next question. And we're getting there to the damage that is caused. But again, let me just real quick. Dr. Richardson, do you think Fonati will resign?
No.
No, I'm not asking whether he should resign. I'm asking, do you think he will resign?
No. Why should he?
Okay.
He was legitimately elected, and the anti-rule of law group did not follow the proper procedure, which is you have to have 49 members to remove a speaker. That's what their house rule says, and they did not. But
if Fonati, if he doesn't have quorum, do you want him to continue knowing very well that there's no chance of having quorum?
Well, I wouldn't say there's no chance of having quorum. That's the conundrum we're in right now. You know, Cohen is saying he has quorum, but he's not the speaker. So that is the problem that we face right now.
Okay, Paul Kennedy, do you think Fonati will resign? And if he doesn't, without a quorum, I mean, what's your take?
Well, as I've always said, Fonati resignation is an individual decision, and I'm not in a position to predict what decision he's willing to take as a person. However, I think that because you have quorum, does not. If quorum was speakership, the Constitution will tell you that. They will say anybody who gets quorum becomes the speaker. There is a process to becoming a speaker, and there is also a process to the removal of a speaker. What we want in Liberia is to establish and continue to sustain those rule of laws so that it becomes a way that people will follow as precedents for people not to hijack power.
Well, like the question real quick, Paul Kennedy, how long can Fonati hang on without having the 37 to do the Liberian people business?
As long as the Constitution provides him.
Okay. Glennie?
I want to agree with Paul and Dr. Richardson, because also what would he, I mean, this has gone on for a long time, and he's already set precedents. So why would he want to resign now? I don't think he will resign. And I think also the Quarters also is trying to allow them to be able to work together, come up with a plan and remove him legally. And if that they're not able to do, I also don't think that Fonati is going to resign without the numbers. I don't think he will do that.
Without which numbers?
The quorum that they need for them to be able to remove him. I don't think he's going to resign. If they have the 49 or 50 or whatever, say that you have it, vote him out. That's the process.
Thank you. Let me ask Fubi. Let's forget about your argument that Fonati is not the speaker, right? Briefly. Do you think Fonati going to resign here?
Fonati has absolutely no choice. He was just buying time. He has absolutely no choice because all the odds are against him. And to the point that Sis Landon made, the real argument that was filed is not to it does not take away the speakership from Coon. That real argument it was made to strip that Supreme Court ruling of their record. So Fonati got no choice. Fonati is already, he knows he's already out. So it's like sometimes they say when they say a good dancer know when to leave the stage. And sometimes some people, when they're ashamed, after pulling and doing everything, and you're embarrassed now because he have pulled the whole country behind to some extent. He bought almost most of the media guys. Everybody saying something good about him. And and a lot of people just, they rule a lot. So now coming up to say I resign, he dashed that hope. And so that's where he's caught up. Should I say or should I not? And so he's got caught up in that. And nobody can do anything to Rachel Coon. That is talking about treason or subversion. No law after this regime can possibly Rachel Coon.
Let's stick to this because it's very important. And
I don't know what I mean. If we begin, I don't get this.
Blending 1 minute.
In Ghana.
Guys, I beg you. We got so many people joining us, right? I want to ask you, can you just give us information, those of you that are following us live on our feed right now, what you think? Do you think Fonati will resign? And we'll go to you to ask you. We'll open the phone line. Let's ask the Liberian people, will Fonati resign? Uncle Sam, will Fonati resign? And if Fonati, you just said he will. If he doesn't, if he's going to resign, what leading him to, Uncle Sam, to resignation at this time?
So I believe that Fonati will resign, being the statesman that he is, because he knows that he can no longer fight the illegal actions of an executive unless we want to go in the
So
streets.
let me hold that though. We have Dr. Richardson, we got Paul Kennedy, we got Glennie. They're all saying that Fonati will not resign. We asking you, and you going against all three of them, say you believe that Fonati will resign.
Yeah, because I've known Fonati for more than
Uncle Sam, your
50 years.
Your light behind you. Your light behind you, Uncle Sam. Can you reposition? It's like
I can reposition this. No, because listen to me. Okay, it's okay now.
No, you gotta go a little more, Uncle Sam, please. It's very bright in our. Thank you. You're good. No, go back. Yes, Uncle Sam. Thank you very much. You're good. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so no, what I'm saying, I've known Fonati for at least 50 years. I knew his mother, I knew his dad, I knew his family, and we're very close, and we're political allies. And I talk to him frequently. Okay, he hasn't told me to resign, but I know his mindset. His mindset is not to keep the country in limbo. So what he might do, and I believe he will do, is that he will resign and put the onus on the illegal speaker and the others to continue doing the illegal acts, because clearly the executive is flouting the Constitution, disobeying the ruling of the Supreme Court. There's nothing we can do unless we start shouting and put tens of thousands of people in the street and go physically remove Mr. Richard Coe, which we don't want to do, because now we're a liberal democracy. In 4 years, they think it's an eternity, but 4 years will be here. And the UP will have to run on that record that the illegal removal speaker. Then they will have to account for history. That is a thing that young people don't. You're not going to live on this earth in eternity. When you leave, there will be a historical record of what you did and the legacy that you left here. If you want the legacy that you left here to be that you illegally remove a speaker, that you use the powers of the executive to maintain in power, and you illegally asserted yourself, and that is what is going to follow you for the rest of your life, to me, that is more damaging than him just, than we go in the streets and removing him. The fact that history will be unkind to this illegal removal, and there will be a blot on the Unity Party's record. And on Richard specifically, his name will go down in history as one who abrogated the Constitution, disobeyed the law, and asserted himself as speaker. That is what is going to follow him. If he wants to do that and leave that kind of legacy, so his children and his grandchildren will have to answer. His children and grandchildren will have to answer to that very bad record. He can continue to do that, but Fonati will be the statesman, because he knows about legacy, he knows about the future, and he knows about history. That is the most important thing in life.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Thank you very much. Let me bring in Honorable Gray. Let's move in this direction. Honorable Gray, then we'll bring in Asadu. Welcome to the show, gentlemen. Asadu and Colonel Gray. Gray, Representative Gray, talk to us. Will Fonati resign? What are you hearing?
The question about Fonati resignation, in my candid opinion, is predicated upon a resolution of Tute, that is 49, to do the right thing and to legitimately remove him. Now, maybe under that condition, if the guys come with 49 signature, he can say, okay, now I can depart the scene.
Will Fonati resign with all the 49 signature?
In the absence of the 49 signature, I'm one of those who, and I want to be on record on it, I'm one of those who believe that Fonati should not step down. In the absence of the 49 signature and doing the right thing, there is a Supreme Court ruling, and he's a lawyer. The ruling is very clear that those guys' actions are unconstitutional. The ruling has declared Fonati a constitutional speaker. In my mind, it doesn't matter how many persons leave, how many persons take flight. What matters is protecting the organic laws of the state. That's what matters. So I don't support a resignation. I will only support a resignation if the guys will have a 49 or more signature, come through the regular procedure, and get him out, or he resign.
Okay.
Somebody said something that I just want to respond to quickly. You say a good dancer knows when to leave the stage. But after 4 defeats, don't you think you're a good dancer that should be leaving the stage? Why are you still fighting? Because you still believe that you have the skills to dance. That's why Fonati is still fighting. So it's not about a good dancer should leave the stage because you think, or because I think that a good dancer should leave the stage at a point in time. It's the dancer who makes a determination of when to leave the stage for me, and not you. You're not.
Thank you very much. Great. Thank you. Actually, you just walk into the bullet on this one. Will Fonati resign? Should he resign?
So, Stanton, the question in my mind is, what does the Unity Party want? In my mind, why is the Unity Party discussing Fonati's resignation? Why is the Unity Party even asking Fonati to resign? Resign as what? Once upon a time, President Boakai, his so-called justice minister, said Fonati was not a speaker. So is he resigning as a farmer from poor farm in Bapuru? Or is he resigning as a driver from me as a driver? What is he resigning on? It only tells you how the Unity Party does not know what they want. The question next to that is, even if Fonati resigns today, does it make Richard Kun a speaker? No. So then it comes back to, what does Unity Party want? Let's give it this way. Fonati resigns tomorrow. Will UP then accept that resignation? If they accept that resignation, why would they be accepting us? Because according to them, he isn't speaker as of today. So if he resigns today, why would they be accepting him? So again, I don't think it's about Fonati. In my mind, Fonati has shown to the people of Liberia what it means to stand up for the rule of law. Fonati has fought the entire ruling establishment, and he has defeated them times over time. Like my general said, if somebody were to leave the stage because of bloody defeat, it should be one person, Joseph Boakai and his people, should have packed their law and leave the stage, because they have consistently gotten the political bloody nose that no other political party in government has gotten. So Fonati resigning as what?
So I'm asking you, because we got to go. We got a lot of pressing conversation tonight. Will Fonati resign? I said, no.
That's
you are hearing. What are you hearing?
In my mind, if you were to ask me, Fonati is the speaker, he remains the speaker. If the guys want to remove it, they can remove it.
Everything you know, I'm asking you your own opinion here. Will Fonati resign?
That's what I'm saying. In my mind, Fonati should stay on as a speaker. He is the
Thank
speaker.
you. You say he should stay on. Colonel Abraham, welcome to the show. It's good to have you on, my brother.
Thank you, Stanton. Glendy, hi, gentlemen. I do. My brother, I think Fonati has made it clear from day one that he's no longer interested in becoming speaker or remaining speaker. What he wanted, or what he wants, is for the rule of law to be followed. I don't think anything significantly has changed from that opinion, or from that demand of Mr. Speaker Fonati Kofa. It's just a matter of accepting the fact that people can refuse to resign, as a way of life within the legislature, especially that branch of the legislature. So people believe that because others resign, that's the right thing to do. But Fonati has decided to say, you know what, until you come and follow the rule, I'm still here. Is he going to resign? He's no longer interested in the job. He will resign. His resignation is incumbent upon them following the rule of law. That's simple. If you don't follow it, I'm still here as speaker. If you want to see me that I'm invincible, I'm not a speaker, you go ahead and do what you want to do. But you run around, you still come back to this rendezvous of having to have me removed legally You can dance all around. The dancing, I think they're running out of gas. They're probably about to leave the stage. So as a result, they have to come back to the rendezvous, make that supplication to Mr. Speaker, recuse yourself, and once that is followed, whoever becomes Speaker, I don't think Funati is interested in that. Even if Rachel Kuhn wants to run, but there can be no two speakers. So right now it still remains. He will resign if they follow what the demands he make, and those demands, they're not wacky. It's based on law. Period.
Okay, thank you. So I don't know whether we got to a place on the conversation tonight, but folks, you are listening to us. We are divided on the show. People think Funati should resign. People say, "Oh no, he shouldn't." But this is what I have to say. It was based on quorum. The president said he will work with quorum. Does Funati have quorum? No. How many men and women right now standing with Funati? 23. Right now, 23. Does Rachel Kuhn have quorum? If Rachel Kuhn have quorum, 49, 37, does that make him speaker? That would be the question somebody may ask. Because the Supreme Court said, no, you got to go do it the right way. Take your 49 members, remove Funati, have an election with a presiding officer. Let me ask this question, and I will just do all the asking here. Paul Kennedy, what if Funati resign? Deputy Speaker Thomas Fala coming in as that presiding officer to move into another election. Will you accept that resignation from Funati?
As I said, Stanton, first of all, the entire resignation for Funati coming in whatsoever is all at a personal will of whether it's Funati or the group that's pursuing him. Nothing they are doing currently in the House of Rep that benefits the Liberian people. It is egoistic. It is there for their own selfish intent. So if Funati resigns and Taman Fala comes as Deputy Speaker to take the seat until elections are held, or he holds the position perpetually until the 6 years finish, that's up to them. I don't think Taman Fala is going to make any difference. I mean, look at the caliber of people. You will remove a Funati to
no, Paul, don't go off. I asked you a direct question. We are not talking about Thomas Fala. No, we are not talking about Thomas Fala. It's a process.
Okay,
the Supreme Court said.
Let me get the process. What's the question?
So the Supreme Court said, once you have a speaker in the office, right, you should now go with your 49 men. The speaker should preside, and Greyer can explain that better than any one of us. Funati have to recuse himself. And who's there to preside will be Thomas Fala. He's the deputy speaker. So I'm not talking about the character of Thomas Fala. Let's stick with this, whether it's going to go into election. Do you believe if Funati step aside and Thomas Fala preside, would there be an election? Do you think that Richard Kuna will go for election here?
Well, that should be the process. But again, I don't have any confidence in what their procedures are in that house. You can clearly see that they are trying to always evade and bypass the rule of laws. So I don't have any confidence that if Funati resigns, Taman Fala sit there, they're going to go to election. I can't guarantee that. They're showing me to all aspects of their performance that they don't obey the rule of laws. So it's difficult for me to predict their pattern to see when Funati resigns, with Taman Fala taking seat, he will even want to relinquish the seat. He could be claiming to say, you know what, I'm the next in line, so I'm going to sit on there.
No, according to the rule, you got to have an election within 1 second to 60 days.
What if he does not? What if you say he does not?
You cannot overthrow like that. You got to have it in 1 second to 60 days.
They overthrew the rules.
Okay, well, let move on. That's fine.
They ignore that. So I don't trust these guys.
Okay, Glenny, I'm hearing though, something is happening from now till Tuesday. I'm hearing something big is happening, right? Let's just agree that everybody's saying Funati don't resign. How long should Funati continue on this track? Just 4 more years?
I don't think he would do that though. I think it's the opening, the session will be significant. because I think there will also, it's been a long time since he's been there. He'll be able to feel the pulse of the representatives there. He'll be able to understand what they're thinking, what they're feeling. And if you go to session and it opens and and he senses that the people still don't want him and he doesn't have the number. This is the thing. You go there on Tuesday and you don't have the numbers, you see that you don't have the numbers, then it's time for you to make a decision. But if you go and you have some people crossing over to you and some people leaving the other side coming and then vice versa, then it's going to say, well, let me play it out for a few more days and see. But I think he should be able to have a sense of urgency that it's important that this thing that's been going on for a while needs to stop. So I don't see him hanging.
I see you since you were in the bag and you took that phone call, you changing your tone.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
We saw you talking in the bag, putting your hand to your mouth.
No, I'm not changing my tone. No, absolutely not. I'm not. I'm still saying that Fonati Kofa will not resign. But Cynthia, if he gets there on Tuesday and you have 11 people that have crossed from him to the other side, should I be unrealistic to say he should still hang on? I'm not going to do that.
But that's why I told you that right now, with our sources, right now, I can say to you, Uncle Sam, maybe you come out and people are going to buy you, but before we come to you, that Richardson went in the back to eat. She's just came back on.
Look at that.
Let me say this right now. If you
I still need to finish my thought because I need to say something to Fubi.
No, let leave Fubi alone, please.
No, I have to finish my thought because Fubi, even when you ask him a hypothetical question, it's almost like Fubi cannot leave that narrative. This is wrong.
But let's stick to the talking point.
You need to be able to be realistic. It's almost like Richard Henry is in Liberia,
all right,
a respecter of the law, and
Glenn, let leave Fubi alone. I beg you. That's what Richard said. Let me ask you the question. When Fonati come up right now to say, I got 23 men. I got 27 men. I got 24 men. That's what Richard said. Don't you think that up to now, if Fonati cannot have 37, don't you think it's a problem? How long do you think this should drag on for?
Yes, it is a problem. And I want to commend him for holding the rule of law up, for staying there for Liberia. It's amazing how long can somebody carry on, getting all of the betrayal that he received. So I want to commend him. So he goes there, he doesn't have the number, as Glennie said, it's only reasonable for him to, be open to having an election. And I think he's going to play. I think I also heard Uncle Sam say he struck me as somebody who will, at this moment in his life, play a bigger role for the sake of Liberia. That's what he sort of. I feel like that's what he's gonna do. On the other hand, it's been a really, really hard ride for him. Very hard ride.
The women that were in the back, they come back and change the tune. What's going on here? No, you gotta listen. No, leave me alone. I beg you, leave me alone. You gotta listen to people, right? We put the first conversation.
Why you blocking us, my doggy?
Guys, you were in the back. I didn't drive you from talking. Can you just imagine though? They just went in the back. They took their phone call. They come back. All of them get different spin. I mean, seriously, guys, are you following them? No, seriously, are you following them? They all
That's not even true. Don't do that narrative. It's not true.
But the question is different. You asked me if he has 23. I think it's only reasonable if he has 23 members as opposed to what is required.
So let me say, I will make progress here, and then we'll go.
That's okay. Go ahead.
But I'll tell you, finish now, because I don't want to interrupt the global chair. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So it's only reasonable, and there's only so much, like I said, one person can do. And I know the last I heard was there was a letter being put out for former leaders of our country to broker some sort of solution to this standstill that they have. And I want to say in as much that he has the fighting spirit inside of him, this for the sake of the country, because right now our country is just not moving forward. So I honestly feel like if he has 23, there'll be reason for elections to be held where a new speaker will be put into place. But at this point, I mean, if I was Fonadi, I will fight. To tell you the truth, I will fight. I will fight.
Thank you.
But
thank you. You see, this thing is costly, folks. It's money, and the money is not coming from one political party. The money is coming from an individual, and this is not about Fonati. It's about the people that are standing with Fonati. Safoko, J. Melvin Cole, Pape Flomo, Yeke Koruba. We can go down the line. People that have been holding on for almost 6-7 months. Are you concerned how they're paying the bills, how they're taking care of the district?
I am.
Are you concerned that people now, they're involving people businesses, like Musa Belete, his STEM farm? They are threatening Musa Belete businesses and all? At some point, we have to come to a place, right, and say, you know what? If President Bwaga doesn't want to work with Fonati, and he's going to not listen to the Supreme Court, it's on to President Bwaga. Like Samuel Jackson was saying, Uncle Sam was saying. The people will remember this day. But how long you want Fonati to hang on for? And can those guys hang with Fonati also? That's the question.
Let me answer that quick question, Stanton.
Fonati, yeah, go ahead, Uncle Sam. Talk to us.
You're forgetting something very serious, yo. Richard Kunden went back to the Supreme Court to ask for re-argument. They went to ask for, because they're afraid for me. They're afraid that if their ruling stands, they can be prosecuted. Why would they claim victory and disobey the rule of the Supreme Court, but go back to the same Supreme Court to ask for re-argument? Because somebody, maybe somebody that got 2 brain cells, and the person with 2 brain cells is telling them, you're breaking the law. This is seditious. This is against, this is criminal in nature. It will come back and bite you. And don't forget the historical aspect, how you will be dead, you will not be able to, but the legal aspect of it, 4 years from now, why would they go back to ask for re-argument if they're so sure of their position? For me, you need to think about that. Don't answer. But those who support in this position need to think about this. Why are they going back to court for re-argument? Because they don't want that ruling to stand. Because if that ruling stands, it is consequential. There are legal liabilities. There are legal liabilities. Sedition. Application of the rule of law. Those are things that Richard Kuhn is thinking about. Because disobey the Supreme Court, and then you go back to the same Supreme Court, man. People, what kind of brain matter is that? You say you will not listen to the Supreme Court ruling because they're not supposed to interfere in the legislation. And you and other people have been saying that this is a political matter that does not require a legal remedy. Then why are you seeking legal remedy? You are not confusing the public. But I will tell Mawata then today. Mawata then they're not confusing you because your son is at school, we are children there. So they explain to you. Richard was scared. And they're scared because they don't really stand. The new government that come in will prosecute them. That's why they don't want the ruling to stand. Because they know they are in legal jeopardy. They scare Mawata. They are very scared. That's why they go to the Supreme Court ruling where they disobey.
Yeah, but Uncle Sam.
Thank you very much.
But thank you. I think Uncle Sam raised a good point. Yeah, because if this thing continue, and I will say this on this re-argument, you will not get re-argument on a CNNU. Let's just put out. It's clear. And I think the majority of Black knows that. So Uncle Sam coming from a place that he is informed. But you get re-argument on a new Supreme Court Chief Justice. They must give, and they must hear that re-argument. Because I know, with all the re-argument to clean this thing up, Richard Kuhn and the rest of these guys and the entire government will be operating illegally. So let's agree that Fonati step aside. Fonati go and say, you know what? For the sake of country, I'm resigning. And the document will prove that Thomas Farah going to serve as presiding officer to take the horse into another election. Let's just hypothetically agree on this one. Thomas Farah said, no, Fonati, we got a letter of resignation back. We are not going to have election. Two things happen here. Fonati gone. You must have election. He resigned as speaker. He's not resigning as representative. Get it straight. But if you do not have an election, that Richard Kun wins that election legitimately, according to the Supreme Court, then Richard Kun is illegal. Or they go for re-argument, and the new Chief Justice, along with the other justices, reverses their opinion on the how do you call it? Well, what we just received. They got to reverse that on the bill of information. If that doesn't happen, that under the new Chief Justice, that they change that around, then Richard could remain illegal. And that's what people are coming from. So two things they're going to do: either they go for election, or the new Chief Justice say, you bring that thing like yeah, and give them the glory and say, guess what happened? There was a mistake here, and I think we have to change this. Or else everything that is happening is illegal. But where I stand here is that whether Fonati will resign, when the guys agree to go for an election, I think Fonati should. This is causing a lot of people. This is holding the country back. If they don't want Fonati, Fonati can force himself. We're going to ask him for election. If they will go for an election, and that election will bring up a new speaker, then Fonati should step aside, legally allow Thomas Farah to preside, and they should go for an election. I mean, that's what everybody wants. Fonati can't get 37. They can't get 49. Our country will be at a standstill if we continue.
Let me interject. You have some time.
No, we'll come to you. We got to go to Fubi, Honorable Gray, then we'll come to you, my brother, El Remy. Then I should do. Fubi, let's close up on this.
Yeah, so, like, look, Fonati been out of that position ever since, and he just holding on. Sometimes, like I said, some people there are certain things will cause people to be ashamed to move on. Like you just need to put a holding on.
Fubi staying the same thing.
But are you the one giving me the time? Are you giving me the time to talk Tabata every minute, talking the same Tabata? Let go to, there are other people who want to talk Fubi. I will not change.
Like you just said, there are other people that are around him that have been holding up, standing by him, and been pumping him not to. So at this stage, it's like embarrassed to say, okay, I resign or not resign. But whatever he does, that's up to him. But it's not going to change anything at the House. They're not going to have re-election for a new speaker because that decision has already been made. And to say that Fonati was not removed, Fonati was removed before they had election. They had a resolution of 50 persons, and after that resolution was read and then the vote for a new speaker took place. Fonati was not sitting as speaker when they had election as speaker. They made sure they removed him before electing another speaker. So there is no law that says you must sit under the speaker before you remove him. No, there's no law that, and Representative Gray cannot argue that because they all read resolution to remove Tyler and other things before Tyler even resigned. And Tyler resignation, Snow resignation, those were honorable stuff that they did. Fonati had an opportunity, 13 consecutive sessions without quorum, and he was still holding the country hostage. And we said, would you hold the country hostage? Now they should move. Things are moving. The budget was passed. People are taking salaries. Things are moving. Concessions and other laws have been passed through. So we have to move on as a country, and that's what the president in his wisdom said. I will work with the quorum that will move the country forward, and that's what we're all up for. No one person can hold a country hostage. And I agree, and I like the way you said, that Richardson says then he came back with a little modified tune, and it was good. Because we can't say, hold on. No. Let's enjoy, like, we will let Brown move on, and we get tired of Conde because of Funati cover. Funati, I know he's spending money to do the campaign to sponsor candidates, then they'll be the fire. And invest what our investment are going through. But it's a cycle, gotta move on. Thank you.
We'll be going to the phone line after the last three gentlemen speak. We have to go to the phone line to hear you, then we'll come back with the rest of the story.
Yeah, time to respond to.
Do you think that Funati should resign? We get about 5 days left, right? On Friday, we'll be hosting Ibrahim Darius DeLong, the senator from Musarado County, will be our guest one-on-one. Then we'll have a post analysis on him. On Sunday, we'll be hosting Edwin Bevan Snow one-on-one. He will be our guest. And on Monday, we will be hosting Councilor J. Funati Kofa with other team members around the country. Now, we want to open it in a way that we'll have other journalists involved, that we can have a question and answer session. It's going to be a big one on Monday. What Funati going to say on Monday? That will be the question. We have to move things around because you know what? We are getting there. Now, would there be a letter of resignation? What would be the contents of the letter on that resignation? What would be the main issue? Now, people may ask though, is Funati fighting alone? Was he fighting alone? Through all this issue, who was there helping Funati? Did the party help him, CDC? I mean, what's the problem? Money. He was spending a lot of money. Who are still now standing with Funati? Who are those standing with Funati now? Through taking team. Richard Kuhn, Speaker Richard Kuhn. I mean, we want to hear from you, but this must come to our end, folks. Uncle Sam said it right. It's done now. It's done. They have gone down in history. They burned the Capitol building. They brought in a new speaker. Blah, 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 blah. But guess what? What are you going to remember? What is your takeaway from this whole thing? Wasted 8 to 9 years. Who benefit? The honorable man, Moses, Tarikai, Tombikai, Gray. Let's hear you, my brother.
You know, I will say this to you. I will say this to all again. I asked a flag a very important point on the show. If President Boyka is fully cognizant that Funati is not speaker, with all his dealing with Rachel Kuhn, why is he asking him to resign? If the majority of Black feel that Funati is not speaker, why are they negotiating for him to resign? It's a question. If they believe Funati is not speaker, why they ran back to the Supreme Court according to Sam Jackson, who just stated it, for re-argument? Do you think Richard Kuhn is very stupid? No, I don't believe so. I've worked with him. He knows very well that if that re-argument doesn't go in his favor, he runs a risk of prosecution. And Fubi will not go to court to stand in his place. He knows that. What the guy, the Stanton reporter said, they believe that the Chief Justice will not be around now. But then, for the re-argument, thinking that they can manipulate the court in the future so that the decision that was made, that they are unconstitutional in their existence and in their action, that decision should be overturned in the future to make them constitutional so that they can escape future prosecution. That's why they ran to the court. So, but if they were really convinced that they did the right thing, they would not go to the court for a re-argument. If they knew they were acting in the scope of the law, they would not run for re-argument. The court they condemn to run back to the court. You know, guys are fools. They are not fools. They know exactly that their actions are unconstitutional, but they are hoping that the Chief Justice will not be around after next month or August. There could be a new argument, and maybe they could manipulate the court. That's what they are hoping on. However, Stanton, you said something very important. If the deputy would take over in the absence of the speaker. If there's a complaint and you will have to recuse himself, that's the procedure we've all been. In fact, that has been the argument for Fonati Kofa. The argument has been consistent that if you follow this procedure, trust me, I back off. But I don't care where you go to read the Constitution, what kind of political theory you have learned. Thank God we don't have in Liberia a military regime, though the actions are equivalent to decree of a military regime, some of the actions in our country. But guess what? You can go to hell and come back. The action of these guys are unconstitutional. And you said something standard, let me tell you what they're escaping from. I've spoken to some of the lawmakers from the majority bloc. Some of them are very adamant that they shouldn't go to election. Because if they go to election, they will illegitimize everything. They should just walk on there. That's the position of some of them, the very top guys near Kun. So, but guess what? I asked one of the guys, I said, well, do you know that Kun could be prosecuted? And he said, man, I don't have time for that. When that time we will cross the bridge. For them, they don't care. Because at the end of the day, and somebody asked, say, well, they pay Kun Ben taking. That he the one Ben paying. He said, but do you know that when you order government and the government still putting money in your account and you go and take it, do you know that stealing? They can prosecute you for that. You order government or you order an entity and go and take it off. You know that you pay. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let me bring in Ever McGray.
So I have a feeling, I know I'm here myself, but I have a feeling that probably this is the end of the fight for Fonati. I have that feeling, okay? But whether he gives in the fight, drops in the white towel, it still does not remove the issue of legitimizing the leadership of the legislature at that level. I want to believe that if he's no longer in the limelight, this fight will not end with him. It will continue at another phase because those people have to prove their legality. It's like a military man taking over the country. As somebody said, life is going on. But there's this timetable on their head always. When are you turning over power? Because it was not earned legitimately. It was earned by force, unconstitutionally. And this has been the capacity or the position of the now speaker, of so-called Speaker Kun. It's like a military man coming to power. Yeah, he's governing the state, paying everything, everybody taking pay. The state is running by illegitimate. You have to always go back. And if society of skill will find a day to prosecute you for illegally taking power unconstitutionally. So I agree with those who say they went to the Supreme Court so that they can legitimize themselves. But is that going to remove future prosecution? You know, you can run around. If people say, oh, no, let's not go back to election, we got Richard Kun already. That which is not done legally sometimes have a way to come back to bite you. Somebody else could rise up and say, hey, we won election here. And I think we have to have elections. So naturally, if the speaker relinquishes power, who takes over is his deputy, and it's legal that way. But is the deputy going to sit down there and say, well, you, Richard Kun, come back? That's like you did something legally, then you're inviting something illegal to come and obstruct you. So I believe maybe at this point, Kun wants to give him, because who wouldn't? Look at the amount of chicanery, backbiting, people crossing there and there, all that stuff. Who wants to be in the middle of that? I think Fonati knows that he can live without the speakership. But whether or not it's done legally now, I think Fonati has proved a point. And I believe society will reward him, handsomely in the future. But those who are still running on the path of illegality will be the ones to answer tomorrow, posterity will show them out. Thank you, Stanton.
Thank you very much, Conor Gray. Isaac, you go last, and then we'll move to the next conversation.
Yes, Stanton, thank you. And this is a very important question. You know, for the first time, let me say this. I've had many persons reach out to me, especially those from the opposition bloc. Most of them have got the same fear and the same concern, the same question. So look, Isaac, the way Black and his people disrespecting the Supreme Court, every law, they don't care, they're powering through. These guys, even in 2029, if they don't win election, they will hijack power, they will disrespect everybody though. I want to say to our people, our friends, Bwaka Kun and everybody will not take power if they don't win. So everybody that has been messaging me, calling me, even Akaros, many people, go to bed and sleep. In fact, before that time reaches, opposition will have every ability to announce results. So once Bwaka and Kun don't win, they will not take power. You can rest assured on that one. Now let's go to the next thing here. Fonati leaving, Fonati not leaving. The precedents being established is dangerous for our country. Mind you, there will always be ruling party. But this precedents, it only tells you that every ruling party will absolutely have the speaker. Because even the ruling party can get one person as lawmaker from the ruling party. Once they say that one person will be speaker, and they will be speaker. You can cause noise and cry whole day. You can bring 70% against one. They will not listen to you. And then you hear a brother say, the man say, Quorum. This is dangerous. We're going to now be having a country where any powerful person that is able to convince 37% becomes the speaker. Just have the ability to convince 37% you speak up. So it means it is possible we could get up to 20 speakers in 6 years. It is very possible. Because if God comes down on me and I go and play the lottery and win, I get plenty of million. As representative, I just tell that 1 million and convince 37% I'm speaker already. So the precedence is dangerous. Unfortunately, President Bwaka that could not manage the CPP, that got the CPP broken down, is under his same leadership. Liberia is being damaged for a long time to come and damaged for almost unrepairable. It is sad. And I wish President Bwaka was actually learning on the focus.
So thank you, Isaac. Let me move on to, let's close this part of the conversation. I do believe that yesterday, session day is Tuesday, the 13th. Everybody knows that, right? On that day, because there is no regrouping or re-argument, they pass it. Uncle Sam, you're right. They submitted because of fear. Now they have to wait for when Senator resign, the next Chief Justice probably going to take it to ease things out. But there's a big conflict here. The document I was sent to Madam Salif, those information, the government said, no, we are not going to give Madam Salif the glory. We're going to solve this problem ourselves. Because Madam Salif was serving as mediator. I want everybody to listen. And that's patient just to put this announcement out. Madam Salif was serving as mediator. When you get Musa Belete talking to Madam Salif, the religious group, Fonati Kofa, and that of Jeremiah Kun, and all of that, right? Madam Salif, I'm the former president, that's the best position. But what happened? It came down to the wire. And I'm surprised that Fubi saying, no, Fonati, no more speaker. Fubi, you are not in the know. They went on Madam Salif. They pulled a resolution together, a proposal. And on the proposal, that there will be an election. Okay, please. On the proposal, there will be an election. And if that election can only happen if Fonati go ahead and resign. And Fonati can only resign if they will actually have an election. So everybody got to understand this. Will Fonati resign? Yes. In the process of time, President Bwaka called people. They flip over. People argument that, yeah, I got to do it for the president. Liberty Party, Rugu Berry, and Presidia Cooper, they win with a majority black. We can name them. Tal Wangwe, he moved. We can go down the line. Right now, the rule of law have it between 20 to 23. Fonati cannot have quorum. But while they were negotiating, they said, we don't want Malateli to get the glory that the rich is in. Because if this thing go through, the glory will go to Madam Sali, and then President Barker will be looking like he's not a leader. So we don't want to give this glory to Madam Sali. So they put it in the executive mansion. They make a couple of changes. And I do believe, from my sources, I do believe Fonati will resign. And if Fonati resign, everybody should hear this very well. I do believe Fonati will resign. Fonati will resign, Thomas Fala will be the presiding officer to move the House into an election. I want to be very clear. I've spoken to people in and out here and there, and I was very quiet for the last 2 days. But I can announce Fonati, he doesn't have the number to have quorum. The majority black want to go for the election. They are afraid whether if they do a closed ballot voting, Richard Kun can win. If you do a closed ballot voting, it will be hard for you to think that Richard Kun will win. And that's why the name Sekou Kana is coming up. The party, they are divided. Should we continue to hang around with Richard Kun, or should we bring in a new speaker? So where we are today, would there be an election on Tuesday? Nobody is 100%. Because the High Court that supported Richard Kun saying we do not want election. Those are the people that know the rule of law saying we must have an election. But if Fonati resign, from everything I'm hearing, for the sake of country, for the sake of peace in our nation, and with the assurances given to the rule of law caucus that there will be an election, I do believe that Fonati will resign. So we can just end it right here. When will the resignation take place? I cannot tell you. But we got Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday to go. 5 days. On Tuesday, they must put something on the floor. And once that happens, Tom Fala should be the one presiding. If they come back to say, no, we already have a speaker, like Fubi Harris say, God bless them. Prosperity will judge them, like Uncle Sam said. Then, remember, Unity Party get about 4 years. What happened thereafter? I hope this is very clear, and I beg for us to move on. Anybody want to add anything for 30 seconds? Because I see everybody looking, or else we have to move on. No? Yes? Thank you very much, guys.
Well, yes, I'd like to add that.
Are you rushing?
I'm telling you, you're rushing. I was like, yeah.
I got to go to the other topic, that's why.
I say I need 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Then give you the 30 seconds, real quick, Dr. Richardson. Go ahead.
Well, Fubi says that we have another speaker, or we already have a speaker. Fubi, what message are you sending to our current generation and to the future generation? You know, we already saw that these anti-rule of law people were telling our future generation that you can break the law and everything will be okay. You will be rewarded. And this is not what we want in Liberia. We want a Liberia where people will abide by the rule of law, no matter who you are. And unfortunately, you know, it's hard to maintain that 23 guys, the 23 members who are supporting the rule. It's emotionally hard to maintain them, financially hard to maintain them. And so we have come to the place where concessions will be made. But I don't want a speaker, and I'm sure you don't want a speaker. And I'm sure if relatives of yours heard that there was a speaker that wanted to be called Regine Speaker, they'll be rolling over in their grave. Okay? So I don't think we can sit here and say we'll have a Regine Speaker, somebody who identifies as a Regine Speaker, and think that that's what our country need and want right now. I don't think so. And I'm happy for the progress that they have made so far. It's unfortunate that Fonati has to give in terms of having a new election.
And I like your closing right there in terms of having a new election, not just resigning and say, okay, you can have it. No. So now folks got to understand, if they do not have election, Glenny, it's not Funati's fault. Now, the law will be the law. Comes tomorrow. Glenny will give you 30 seconds and we'll move on.
So I just want to conclude here
just have a question when it's done. Go ahead. Sorry.
That I hope that they do have an elections. I hope they get to the place where if they don't have the number, Fonati decides that he's going to resign and they're just going to have an elections because the process of Kun is illegal. And now that you're hearing that Sekou Kanen, I went to school with Sekou Kanen. Sekou Kanen name was even up before Kun became. They were also talking about him. If you saw it on the pictures, he was very close with, I think he and Kun was sitting up or something, but Sekou Kanen is someone that they've been reverting to be someone who wanted to be a speaker. So they don't want that because they don't want the elections. But I hope that the elections will happen because in the end, I'm not sure that Kun will become the speaker after that. He will not.
Also, think we got to go to the phone line. Let's run to the phone line real quick, guys.
Let me ask you a question before going to the phone line, my brother.
Wait, we got to go to the phone line, guys, please.
Real quick. Do you think either side has a quorum?
If you ask me, the majority black has a quorum with other speaker. And the minority black have a speaker.
A quorum.
Hold on. You ask a question. Let me answer you.
Go ahead.
Your question was just not for me to answer, then go ahead.
No, go ahead. Yeah, I just want you to ponder over it, but go ahead, answer it.
Go ahead, Colonel Gray. Colonel Gray, go ahead.
Okay.
No, because I'm based on the Supreme Court definition of a quorum. Neither side, in my opinion, you understand, have a quorum. So, what do I mean? In order to have a quorum, there should be a speaker who is available and willing to preside. So if he doesn't have the number, the willing speaker who is there as the legitimate guy, if he doesn't have the number, is absent from the majority who has some number. So that's not a quorum. So in my opinion, based on the Supreme Court, no side have a quorum.
Thank you. So let's go to the phone line real quick. Honorable Gray, you want to say something before we go?
Yeah, there's a danger about not going to election. About going to election for the majority bloc. This is the danger. Two cardinal things. One, it means that all of the actions that it took before, all of the pay Richard Kungo, all of the concessions or whatsoever they passed, it means everything illegal. Because it means we're illegally seated. The second point here is that the guys have distributed their committees already. If you go down election and even Richard Kungo elected, they have to redistribute the committee. There is a crisis. So those are the 2 points I just wanted to strike about having an election. That's the danger.
Thank you. So let's go to the phone line. Thank you, Honorable Gray. Your name and where you joining us from? Sylvester Chinople, can you come back on? Your name, my friend, where you joining us from? Talk to us real quick.
So we're talking about one question here. Let me ask the question here. So let us
Yo, Musa, your line is so horrible, man. We gotta leave you. Your line is so bad. Your name and where you joining us from?
Hello, Stanton.
Yes.
My name is Johannes Sunday, and I'm calling from New Jersey.
Talk to us, Johanny.
Yes. You know, this is not politics. You know, over the years, we have seen speakers removed from their position on a severe politics. We have seen people play politics in the house. This is not the first time. And under the Joseph Boakai government, this is an absolute disregard to the Lord under the Joseph Boakai government. Somebody who has a 40-year experience.
So get to the point. Do you think the rest of the nation election is moving concomitantly?
No, it's not. It's not. Speaker Kofa should be put back in his position, but Joseph Boakai is the one putting more fuel into this entire situation that make Speaker Kofa is not back into his
Thank
position.
you very much. I have to take another call. We got to go to Liberia. Your name and where you joining us from?
Stanton, when you're done.
Your name.
CEO.
Yes, real quick.
Ronald Taylor, and I join you from the state of Delaware.
Talk to us, my friend.
Anyway, thank you. Thank you so much for the topic, CEO, and thanks to all your panelists tonight.
like we always said from the beginning of the whole saga, Speaker Kofa have already lost interest in these positions. But he asking for the right thing to be done. But like Conor Gray said, the guys are afraid right now because when they go to elections, new speaker are going to come in. A lot of them are disappointed in their so-called speaker, Richard Combs, because if they go to new elections, it's going to be a whole new leadership. Most of the guys that are on committees, they're going to be removed from the committee and all of that. And people don't want to lose their position right now. So we still have a long way.
So which side are you on? Resignation, calling for election, or?
Yeah, once Speaker Kofa, once they're waiting to go for re-elections, I've been one of the supporters of Speaker Kofa, but once they are waiting to go for re-election to elect a new speaker, I think Speaker Kofa needs to resign, but with the how you call it, assuring that for re-elections.
Thank you very much.
For the legitimate things to.
Thank you very much. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, my name is Stanley Davis, and I'm calling from Providence, Rhode Island.
Talk to us, Amir.
Yeah, so I want to ask Representative Gray this question, and that will be my only question. And you answer it, please, you guys don't forget. Representative Gray, if you don't go to work as a legislator, if you don't go to work for maybe like 3, 4, 5 sessions, what happened? Can your position be put out there that it is vacant and all people can run for it? Because if that is the case, then the guys who have not been coming to work from the majority bloc, from the Kofa, can then say, you know what? Your position is vacant, and then we'll put it out there for other people to run for it. So I want for Representative Gray to throw light on that. What
Thank
happens
you.
if you relinquish your position and you don't go to work like the majority bloc has been doing?
Thank you very much, my friend. Yes, let's take your quarter, Conor Gray.
Go ahead,
Caller. Yeah, this is Nelly Francis Elizabeth. I just feel that JNP does not respect the rule of law, and there will be no election. If JNP cannot respect the Supreme Court ruling, you think that they're going to have election? He wants Richard Combs. So I don't care what you guys say. Richard Combs going to be the speaker, the regional speaker, or the speaker forever until JNP leaves office. So you don't fool yourself.
Thank you very much. Your name, my friend, where you joining us from?
Yes, hi, this is Charles Conrad Jr. I'm calling from
Talk to us, Charlie.
Yeah, Stetson, let me say good evening to all of your panelists, to our beautiful mothers in studio, and our big brothers that in studio. But Stetson, I'm disappointed, seriously, to have people like Phoebe on this platform that will be pushing the argument of lawlessness.
I mean, say your own. Let Phoebe say your own bad.
It's very sad.
Yeah, the message.
To the issue, again, in my opinion, I think Polanski should not resign. But if for any reason he has to resign, I think Richard Combs too should resign and not contest any election that the House of Representatives will conduct for new speakership. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my brother. Your name and where you joining us from?
How you doing, Mr. Wallace?
I'm super, man. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm Thomas William calling from Minnesota.
Talk to us.
The whole issue that have to do with the speaker is that you did not discuss one aspect about it. Ellen Johnson said, the former president Ellen Johnson said he's serving as negotiator or mediator. It's a total disappointment. This form and manner of removing speaker in Liberia was introduced under Ellen Johnson said it 2 times. Why should a person who set the precedent for moving legitimate speaker in the form and manner serving as negotiator or mediator? And you haven't discussed this. And that's my greatest disappointment, CEO. You understand? What we are expressing in our country now was introduced by my editor said it. That kind of form and manner of removing speaker should introduce a legitimize in the country, which is wrong and have the proclivity to cause chaos in our country. And she's the person on the front line says she mediating peace between the both sides. I think placement was unnecessary.
Thank you.
It was uncalled for. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Only the cool people know how to talk plenty. So let's try to play. Yeah, man. Make it give me harder. So let's take 5 calls from Liberia.
Okay. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Hello.
Yeah, your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, my name is Stephen MP Brown. I'm calling from Essex Road, Fairtown Inspection Station.
Go ahead.
True to the issue. Our political power maintain my post as Speaker of the Republic of Liberia.
if those guys get a number to remove me from this position, put up for the speaker position, that would be good. Because the organic law of our country is the constitution. Nobody is above the constitution. So for us to go back to maintain a poor speaker,
Okay.
thank you very much.
Hello.
Good evening, Children. Good evening to Spoon Panelists.
Okay, go ahead. Your name, please.
My name is April Sakin. I'm just joining from Carwell.
Go ahead.
To the point. Let me tell Sis Granny and the other people, my frustrated brother and Gray. Your speaker can care for nothing to be for Spoon FM. Will maybe check out speaker for that. Thank you.
Yes, take more calls here. Hello.
Hello?
Your name, please. Where are you joining us from?
Yeah, this is Eddie calling. I'm calling for South Street.
Go ahead.
Anyway, thank you for the program. So, what is that there and you don't need to be on the touch before? That power more.
Hello. Yeah, your name, please, and where are you joining us from?
Yeah, this is Manachi Kawi, and I call you from Fiamma Wisi.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
You see, the reason why we never elect we here, because he's a lawless person that will never elect. You see the kind of thing back him? He will never be representing this now until that will come to an end.
Hello.
Evening, Sylvester Children.
Yeah, your name, please, and where are you joining us from?
Thank you. My name is Josiah Smooth from the Congo Peace Island, commonly called 540.
Okay, go ahead.
I just got one quick question for former Representative Musa Ankara Gray. Let me say this. When the speaker is not in country or absent, who presides? I guess it's the deputy speaker. The day they appeared to the Capitol building on that Thursday, it was a session day. They act maybe could they carry on, but lacking the chamber, stopping their colleagues from not doing business that day. Was that in the code of the law or it was outside the law? They had a right to stop the from having session that day when the speaker was in country to preside.
Thank you very much. I know the line is so hard. Let me take this one.
Hello, I am Reverend Dr. Councilor Pearl Brown Boone. But tonight I speak as a politician that started politics 1979. The record is there. And as a notary public, I want you all to look at the so-called resolution, first resolution that was signed. And look at the notary public. And I refer all of y'all to go to Google and read the function of a notary public. The notary public will say that the signatures on this document, the individual signature that they took oath to say that their signature was done voluntarily. Look at the date the notary public signed that resolution, and look at the dates the different representatives signed it from June up to October, November. Did they sign it before a notary public? When I hear the Irishman, hear our people who didn't read the Constitution, and we say that it should be written and learned in school, so people today who sitting there as representatives, ask them, they didn't read it. So that will show that particular resolution is void, illegal, ab initio from the beginning. Take that notary public because he said, and what he said, to say those statements, those people are done in front of him, did it. Secondly, please read, I'm a signer of the 86th Constitution from Macerado County, elected from DJ Blue into City Hall 19. And I was co-chair on rules to know the intent of what was written there. What do you need? 49 persons, representatives, to remove a speaker, and we put that there when you say resolution, because we had people also on the Constitutional Assembly who English was not their first language.
Thank you.
That's the reason unlike J.R. that removed Chair Chipo, Akalase, and even Josh Shanna, we say this person, you must have a cause. They must be removed.
So let me ask you a question,
in the
Councillor.
Constitution.
Councillor, because we gotta go, because yeah, we have to go. But let me ask you: do you think that do you? Hello. Councillor, we were losing you.
I finished.
All right, but thank you very much. You're always welcome.
I thought you told me to finish. I'm finished. I've said enough for you all to please look at it and look at our resolution. So fully, when you say that he already was removed, he was not removed by that what you call resolution. Look at the notary public. Look at the dates. It was signed each person differently. Where?
So my question to you that we are receiving information that Councillor Kofa will be resigning, and then the House will be going for an election. What say you?
Kofa, you might be a politician now, but before you became a politician, you are a lawyer. That you took the oath to defend the Constitution. And I ask you tonight, remember who represent Liberia? You and military people who fought in Congo and came back. The only person who survived now is Raymond Olen. He was tried here accused of treason. Now, if you go that way with these people to violate the Constitution, stand your ground. And the Liberian people who elected those representatives to put them there, we the people, you don't go to say he causing the country and embarrassment in this country. Go to our legislature who we put there, each one of us.
Thank
go
you.
to them. They put in the country.
So you don't. So you do not want. You do not want.
Like what they do, they will do the same thing.
So you do not want the councillor to resign, do you?
No.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We'll bring you on the show one of these days. We appreciate your calling.
Do that. History will not judge you. Do that. We the people will come and we'll let them do it. And just what Sam Jackson said, you're who from the executive who stayed in the house there for 12 years, president of the Senate and the laws. If you do that, history will not judge you. Keep your hand up, Pontius Park.
Thank you very much. That's the voice of the councillor. Thank you.
Member of Unity Party. To your Unity Party people who there, I was acting national chairman of the
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you very much. That's the voice of Councillor.
I wanted to talk after the Supreme Court ruling. Another thing I want to let you know. I didn't want to talk. This same situation happened in the Supreme Court.
Thank you, Councillor. We have to go. We have to go, Councillor. Thank you very much.
They kill the two people, the Orange brothers, Teddy LLR. Check it out.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Reverend Dr. Thank you very much, Councillor. It's good talking to you. Have a good night, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's Councillor Booth, Booth Brown. Thank you very much to Councillor. We'll go back and have our second round of conversation. Again, this is things that are happening is unique right now. But we're going to say 5 days to go to Tuesday, session day. What you heard from us, Glenny. We will continue on the show tomorrow on this House of Representatives issue. What you say at the end of the show will take course, but we really want to just inform you that yes, indeed, Liberia must proceed, but proceed how? And I think everybody making the strong argument here. But would there be a resignation from Fodankye Kofa at some point? Yes. Residential based on going for election. Would there be a presiding officer? Yes. Thomas Fowler should be the one presiding. Would there be an actual election? Then we will pause and think. If there is no election, is Richie Kun a legitimate speaker? If there is no revision in the argument, the regrouping argument, the re-argument here and there to change what the Supreme Court said on the Bill of Information, my friend, then we are in trouble. A lot of stuff is at stake, but want to appreciate you joining us on this conversation. Right now it's 7 p.m., 11 p.m. in Liberia, 7 p.m. here. We're going to run straight to the next conversation, folks. And we'll do that for only 30 minutes. I know folks are saying, well, don't keep us here till 8 o'clock. You know, the two women on the show, you understand their family, you know, I believe two of them, they are married, or one of them. So, okay. So we'll have to move on real quick. We do not have time to respond to the call. Yeah, after that, we'll give you a chance to do that, but let's move on. Something is very pressing, and I want to bring it to our attention. The SOEs, and thank God Asido is here, and Paul Kennedy and everybody. Let me put these gentlemen up. We'll make the selection of the first group. Tomorrow we'll talk about the second group. This is LTA, Abdullah Kamara. This is, I think this is Little Lai. If I'm making a mistake, if you guys know him, right, Fubi? That's your boy, you should know him.
Yeah, right? Yes.
Okay, this is Maritime. And this is Sekou Dukle, my brother Sekou Dukle, right? And then this is DeWitt from NASCA. Now, DeWitt is from NASCA. Sekou Dukle is from NPA. And our brother here, he's from Maritime. And here is our brother Abdullah Kamara from LTA. Every money the guys have promised to contribute to the national budget, they are not contributing. For the year 2024, they are not. Even Sekou Dukle from the port said, there's no need to even give some money back to the national budget. He said that. But when you bring up the argument, we saw Mo Ali post today. Mo Ali said Maritime contributed $14 million. But what was promised? $24 million. What? It went underwater. Sekou Dukle, how much did he give last year? But when you ask the question, they say for 6 years, CDC under contributed for 6 years. I want to go to Uncle Sam, then I come to Dr. Richardson. Uncle Sam, why? Uncle Sam, you know, I'm not a sedition, I'm not supporting Joe Weah here, but let me be fair. A lot of money coming in, and we came to rescue. But the money that coming in, it's not going through the government coffers. What's going on? Why are they not contributing like they promised? And why this government is not going and looking for that money and making sure these guys, we can talk about LPRC and other group, right? Mo Ali is not even contributing from the Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation. He's not. So what's going on? Where is the money? I mean, people just have created another cash cow that anybody can take money and just give it and say corporate social responsibility. Don't you think these are concerned internationally and nationally that these guys can use the money as well? Where's the Liberian people money? Uncle Sam, talk to me.
Okay, look, the purpose of a state-owned enterprise is, first of all, SOEs are really a thing of the past. You know, those were in the early days of capitalism, where the state performed some services that the private sector could not perform. But if you look at the composition of the SOEs, look at LEC. LEC is a no-brainer. Everywhere in the world, a utility is a profitable venture, is sustainable, and the risks are very, 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 very low. When I was in investment banking, we used to recommend the stock. We used to call them the utilities for widows and orphans. People with very low risk tolerance, we used to give them those stocks. So like your LEC, your water and sewer, your port authority, those are effective monopolies monopolies with basically not unlimited cash flow, but if you can get a lot of people to buy the services and you provide the services, you should be able to like contribute to government revenue. What we need now is some reform of SOEs. We need to go in a direction to say to our SOEs, we gave you some time to reorganize yourself, and we need you to contribute to the national budget. But because of the politics involved in the government, a political organization, bringing in politicians, people who do not have expertise, for example, in some of these things. And I'm not saying like Sekou Douglé is not an expert in NPA and somebody like what's his name, Mohammed Sharif. Clearly, is a thing. But we need to do something about privatization. Privatization can take two forms. You can privatize the management, and the government can stay own it, or you can go to divestiture, which is where you divest government's equity interest and you sell that public corporation. You sell it to the public, and that would be the way to go. But then,
Uncle Sam, let be fast here because we got to get everybody the chance. My question remains though: they have created cash cow opportunities here. They makes the money, Uncle Sam, right? Go back and see over $30 million were generated from the Freeport NPA. Uncle Sam, they contributed less than anything. We had an argument with Sekou Douglé, and they said majority of the money went on operations. Uncle Sam, our country is in trouble.
Yeah.
And when you bring up the argument, they say, but CDC, we contributed more than what CDC contributed. That's not our argument. That's not the rescue argument. Where's the rest of the money?
So listen, stand up.
Exploitation.
Public corporations should be held to a very high standard. It means that they should be audited, their corporate governance. But because the public corporations are heavily politicized, the executive would send people without the proper training and expertise and training. So these public corporations are not operating at what we call at optimal levels. Optimal levels meaning that they're not operating at a very high level. So they're not contributing because they are political organizations. So what we should do is to depoliticize public corporations, make them efficient and effective, run them like a private corporation. So you either do one thing, privatize the management.
That's the way forward. You're going to help us fix this. But my thing is that, Uncle Sam, somebody is stealing the Liberian people money. They are not giving the account yet. And I understand
here's a remedy. Here is a remedy. The remedy is to have outside auditors, not a GSC, to have outside auditors come in and audit these public corporations and make a determination as to whether they are earning sufficient income and whether their level of operation is to a place where they can remit monies. But the purpose of a public corporation is to provide revenues to the government of Liberia, especially those revenue generating public corporations that are providing services, especially the monopolies, the electricity, the water, the maritime, the port. All of these monopolies should be able to provide sufficient support to the central government. Absolutely. And that's what we need. I would call for an audit, a full-scale audit, but if you bring in outside auditors, not the GSC, because the GSC effectively is a organization that is geared to
Uncle Sam, thank you. Let move on.
And that institutions that provide services to the public.
Uncle Sam, thank you very much. Dr. Richard said we are in a very serious bad zone here. I'm going to show you this picture again. LTA. They are generating huge millions of dollars, right? We're going to get our own LTA right here, Abdullah Kamara. We're going to get Maritime. Mo Ali said today that Maritime is celebrating their contribution of $14 million, but they are under contributing. Sekou Douglé, huge amount of revenue coming in. But where is the money going? And who questioning them? Let's look at DeWitt. DeWitt is here, plenty of money. When you ask them, they say we got corporate social responsibility. That's a scam talk, right? Because they would take the money and run it and put it on a corporate social, and the people will suffer. Like Liberian people need to know this. Look at it. Amos Twelve for LPRC. Our own brother and friend Mo Ali, he's not contributing. He came on Sponta and said, we will not contribute. So where's the Liberian people money? Millions of dollars. That's what Richard said. Nobody seems to care. No audit, nothing.
So I agree with Uncle Sam and you, both of you are calling for an audit. And it is, obvious that these SOEs are making a lot of money and they are underreporting. And it appears that over the years, particularly now, governments have been able to call them up and say, we have this project, we want to do this, like we saw in the case of NASCAR. During the inauguration, they needed cars. So they call NASCAR, they just give them cars. We have not heard the end of that story. We've also have heard in the case of LRA, the port was able to have a separate account with LRA. We don't even know the negotiation, the contract, what did the contract say in terms of having such an account. So it is obvious to all of us that money is being made by these SOE, but whether they are reporting the funds to help Liberia, that is the question that we don't know. But we don't know how much. We know that they're making a lot of money, but we don't know how much. So I think that it should be audited, and whoever is stealing the money through corrupt means should pay the price, should face the weight of the law. That's simple, because you can't just have these SOEs making money, and then of course, the government is not benefiting, the people of Liberia is not benefiting from the money. So once we get determined that we can get this amount from the SOE and redirect that money into things like healthcare, nation building, education, Liberia will be at a better place. Yes, and I want to say Uncle Sam made an important point here. He added that we should not, it's 2025. Why do we still have SOE? Let's privatize water and sewer, the LEC. All of those companies need to be prioritized and only regulated by the government. The government needs to specify and set rules to regulate these agencies that will be turned into private companies. It is 2025. That's what people are doing in different countries, and it's making money for these different countries, and they are able to build up their country, and that's what we want to do for Liberia. So thank you for allowing me to speak.
No, thank you, Dr. Richardson. During the transition period, a lot of stuff took place, right, Paul Kennedy? I hear when somebody say, well, CDC didn't do it. That's why we removed George Weah. That's why we removed Akaris Gray, right? That's why we came and said we would bring in rescue. But today, to see the rest of the same people, we beat on Nimbo, I think her name was ice cream. We beat on Beltwawe at the port, right? But today, the port is on reporting, and there's no question as to where the money going now, who the money going to. We can say the same thing of Maritime. No question. All those entities have turned into a cash cow. When you want money, go over to Maritime. When you want money, go over to Sekou Dukle at the port. When you want money, go and see our dear friend Abdullah Kamara at the LTA. Oh yeah, we gotta cover this thing. We're gonna go straight to NASCAR and ask the what? Oh yeah, bring in LPRC. It must sweat. Most of all, we have the operational man, Mo Ali. Imagine nobody questioning, and everybody gonna run to the same GAC and say, but I did audit. No, you didn't. That complete audit you just did. But Paul, something is terrible happening. The information I'm gathering, people are wasting money on this corporate social form. They are wasting money, and those entities have turned to be where you just go and get and no question. Paul Kennedy, talk to me.
Yes, and so first of all, I think what we need to establish is, and I know there are laws surrounding what SOE should commit as their own contribution towards the budget, apart from what LRA is cutting out of their services. We need to refer to that law to see what it is that they should be committing to the national budget. Because if there is a set percentage under the laws that says each SOE should give this amount of money, and if they are not giving that money, then it's completely a gross violation of the laws, right? The law can say SOE should give 10% of whatever revenue they are getting as a contribution, or 20%, and then somebody who's sitting as the executive director or director general of one of the SOEs say, you know what, I am not giving any money, because at this point, they, as an individual administrator of that SOE, really does not have the powers to say they're not giving money, except the president gives them the leverage not to do so. Because, Senator, for instance, you make me a managing director of one of the SOEs, and there are laws that I should be committing this amount of money to the budget, to the annual revenue, revenue collection, and I just willfully decide I'm not going to do it. Then who am I serving? Am I serving myself or serving the country? But again, it comes back to the laws and the understanding that those administrators of the various SOEs have with the government, particularly with the president, right? I think if they are just doing it, there's a cause for enhancement of revenue collection. These SOEs contribute a lot to the revenue envelope, it comes back to speak to our issue of governance. If you have a governance system that are not holding people accountable for what they're supposed to do as quota towards the annual budget envelope, that's a challenge. So I think we should go back to the conversation to say, what is the required stated amount that each of these SOEs is supposed to provide? Are they providing it? And if the answer to that question is no, they want to know why. Because no one in their own mind can just deliberately decide to say, you know what, I, as the managing director of NPA, I'm not going to give the money I'm supposed to give. And the president sits there and see you not doing it. Then I think it's an understanding that they just want to give you the leverage not to do it. So I don't think the onus is on the SOEs right now. I think the onus is on the president to make sure that these SOEs give their commitment to the budget if they have actually, if there's a law that is holding them responsible to do so.
Thank you, Paul. Let me hear you, Honorable Gray. It's troubling time in our country. We come here and discuss this issue every day. Honorable Gray, these guys, they are not contributing as they should. And here we are again talking that somebody is just using those places as a ATM machine.
Let's begin the argument by the budget of each entities. Major SOEs, state-owned enterprises, that SOE, maybe a lot of people will not know. But then look at the Liberia Electricity Corporation. The budget is a little, or the 2024 budget is a little over $51 million. I'm speaking from the 2024 budget. The Liberian Petroleum Refining Company is a little over $24 million. The Liberian Maritime Authority, if we look at, are you getting me?
You good, my friend.
Yeah, if you look at the Liberian Maritime Authority, the budget is $24 million. I'm picking up the bigger SOEs. If you look at the Liberian Airport Authority, that's a little over $8 million. That comes to Liberian Telecommunication Authority, that's $33 million. Okay, so the fishery there and other in NASCO is over $48 million, almost $50 million, almost $49 million United States dollars. So if you total all the SOEs by the 2024 budget, you're talking about $249 million plus. I mean, you put literally, you put water and sewer, and put all the other entities there. Now, the question that Paul raised a very significant issue, Paul. There is a law, and the law is the budget. When the SOEs come for public hearing, they agreed along with the legislature how much they will contribute annually to the budget. And that is captured in the budget, is passed. Fortunately, This 55th legislature in 2024, the budget they passed, they asked the LRA to garnish the accounts of these SOEs once they generate the money. So it's not a custom. So the LRA used that provision of the budget law to garnish the accounts of these SOEs. Or because you had a bigger hand who will go and take money that they're taking money from in one cash bag that you bought from your home and tell the LRA, hold on. Okay. So the argument, the second portion of the argument here is very faulty by anyone who will come and say, Maritime provided $14 million is 40. I will say why. Why I will tell you it's 40. There are 4 quarterly reports. In 2024, the government of Liberia gave 3 quarterly reports. They did not give the 4th. That's why you cannot see the outturn of 2024 when it comes to the SOEs. I bet anybody is now on the Ministry of Finance website. LRA doesn't have it in the public leg. So for one public official of government to come and say that at the 4th quarter, that's the end, that's annually now after the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Now, so at the 4th quarter, that is annually now, the Liberia Maritime Authority provided $14 million. What's the source of your argument? What's the outturn of the budget? Now, there was an argument on Spoon once upon a time, Stanton, if you can recall, everyone, that the LRA argued that will still generate more money for 2024 because there's a window period of the law for 3 months that runs up to March of this year, when the budget year has elapsed in 2024 of December, so it should be running up to March of 2025. March has come and elapsed. We're in May. Yet, the Ministry of Finance, nor the LRA, they've not been able to provide to the public what the total budget outturn for the SOEs. So for anybody in government to say the entity generated more money or gave more money to the budget, there's no evidence to show, there's no source of the information. That is mere PR stunt, which is very dangerous. The next reason, let me tell you, and Tanton, you're talking about the SOE business here, the final, I beg you, just give me 1 minute. The reason why the Ministry of Finance and the LRA have not been able to provide the total outturn and a total report of the 2024 budget, because the consolidated account at the central bank and the interim account at the commercial banks,
Thank you.
They are not correlating. Okay, the LRA cannot provide a full report of those amounts that were generated in the commercial bank to be placed in the consolidated account. In fact, calculation by the LRA in terms of performance, I can tell you this, that when they were plugging in the number, the door plugged in the numbers.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to Glenn.
3 months to give the final report outcome of the budget of 2024. Nobody can debate that. What are the LRA, what are the Ministry of Finance? To show you the budget outturn. Somebody money and using the money recklessly.
Again, these documents that we have in our possession, we begin to share them, maybe starting tomorrow. But Glenn, we are in trouble. The SOEs, they are not contributing as per their own request, their own commitment, right? I'm going through what Freeport contributed, NASCO, LPRC, Bo Ali is not contributing anything, though he's generating revenue. We come to Maritime saying, well, we said 24 million, but now we're only going to give 14 million. We go to DeWell, our friend, and you know, it's a lot of confusion. But where is the Liberian people money going? Let's hear you, Glennie.
So who's holding these people, these entities accountable? I mean, Mo Ali is a part of, he's frequently with Spoon. We should ask him. If we can't reach the other people, we should be able to reach them more and ask him. Whoever is responsible to hold these different groups accountable needs to be able to do that. I don't know what else I can say. If we don't have more information, maybe there's a reason why they're only contributing a certain percentage. I don't want to to speak too fast or say, oh, they're not doing this, and why are they not doing this? What is the reason? Why are they not doing it? Why are they not giving the quota that they're supposed to do? Why would Mo Ali not be reporting the income that's being generated? Maybe there's a reason. I would say ask one of them. I would say talk to Mo. Let's ask him. What is it? I mean, we may not be, or even Mame, who is constantly speaking for Mr. Douglas. Let's ask Sekou Douglas, what is the issue? Why are they not reporting? What is the reason? Are they not supposed to report all of the revenue? Is it funds being directed somewhere else? But I think we should hear from them, hear their side to see why it's not being done as is expected. I don't want to make a judgment here without hearing their side.
You will not hear from their side till 2029. I can guarantee you. You are not going to hear from them till 2029 because, again, the hands are in the cookie's jar. I'm going to read out some of this thing. What's the biggest issue? 2024 budget. Bam. They make promises. They couldn't live by it. We ran straight on a recast. 2025 budget. We are going to recast again. We'll take the budget to $1 billion, but then people come on to eat the money. We have the numbers and we share the numbers. This is wrong. This is completely wrong. But let's hear from the rest of the guys. Phoebe Heron, Connor Remy Gray, and I said, do what we want down on closing the show. Phoebe, well, I mean, we know what you're about to say. You're an accountant, so don't waste our time. Just say it. Don't waste any time. Just say it.
So, firstly, I don't think NASCOP should be contributing to the revenue basket because that's our pension money. So, I don't think NASCOP is under that obligation. So, we need to check that to verify. Then the issue of water and sewer and LEC, I think also based on the current challenges that they're going through, I don't think they might. If they make commitment, they have to live up to it. But I don't think with the current state they should be. NPA, the last time I followed, the excuse that Ducle was giving was because he's not going to live up to that because of the huge wage bill, which I think the lawmakers are under obligation to question. The issue, and I think Uncle Sam said it right, there should be a regular audit of all of these SOEs, because at the end of the day, if you make commitment during your budget hearing, you must live up to those commitments. And for any reason you didn't meet your revenue target, that can be explained. If you say you targeted the reach to obtain, for example, 50 million that year, and when you get the 50 million, you will contribute 10% of that 50 million. And if you went through the year and you obtained 35 million, definitely that 10% will definitely reduce because it will be based on your actual revenue that you realize. So there where the audit comes in, to be able to verify whether they actually met their revenue target as per the budget and whether they're also able to live up to their obligation that they committed to. But they need to be followed up, and that way the lawmakers also have their quarterly budget performance review as an oversight role over all of these entities and government. So they should be also playing that role more before even GAC comes in, to understand why you made this commitment when you came for a hearing, and this is what we got, what's the explanation, and that will help to at least give the public some level of confidence in these SOEs, and they shouldn't be cash cow. And NASCOP should not be a cash cow for the government. All governments have abused NASCOP, and I think that's something we need to also discuss. And NASCOP should not be.
We're going to discuss it. Oh yeah, we got a lot of document from NASCOP. You're quite correct. We're going to discuss it. Can you imagine Ed Remy Gray that the LRA talking about surplus that will bring the budget to $1 billion, but they oftentimes talk about recast. These people are not contributing. The back and forth, the argument. How can one single person, right, say, I will not give a dime, and everybody just keep quiet? You're not saying anything about where the money going. And when they push you, you say it's the operational cost. Nobody question what the operational cost is. I can guarantee you right now, the movement of money in the country is sort of like money laundering. Everybody just dipping. And but talk to me. I'm looking at this document. You reading them. You come to understand, say, man, we are in trouble. 2024 estimate, LDC, NASCAR, LTA, NPA, Maritime, LPRC, we can go down the line. Everything they have promised, they lie. The fiscal year 2024, we enter in recast. They lie. And Uncle Sam, you know that. The revenue for all 5 of them supposed to be $209 million. They didn't even come close. What is the government saying? What is the government doing? But here's the bigger picture, Conor Gray. They are generating the money. They are generating the money. But talk to me, Conor Gray. And we got to tell the Liberian people this one. They can't hide it. Talk to me.
You know, Stanton, our problem is management as a country. We leave this, we love bureaucracy. That's why we establish each organization, each entity, we let them run it. Let me tell you, the size of Rwanda is the size of Buffalo County. And the annual budget is $10 billion. And they are a landlocked country. In other words, no sea around them, no water. They're in the middle of other countries. Yet, their budget annually is $10 billion. Half of it comes from ICT, in communication, telecommunication. That's how they develop that particular. Wife was calling, but that's how they develop that country, right? And annually they sustain their budget. Do you think Kagame is going to let a squirrel to mine the peanut? Everything goes through automated account and comes to the general fund. Few individuals have access to that. You don't let people control. These are all squirrels. You let them control. They monitor the peanuts. They're going to tend to eat those peanuts themselves and feed themselves first. So we continue to make that mistake. How you want to call this state enterprise? That's the bulk of the economy right there. And you let individuals to manage it, and you government, they will dictate to you how much comes in general funding. That's the management part. I don't see why we should be struggling as a nation. Look, 1/10 of our country is the size of Buffalo County. That's Rwanda right there. And their budget quadruple ours. We have these vast natural resources, but we just have not been able to manage our resources to benefit every one of us. I would not, if I were president, I'll push for those entities to be sourced through an automated system to one general account. That's how the federal government does it here. So if you don't want that way, then, I mean, firstly, why is government sitting there allowing these people to individually manage their own account? If you want to privatize those things, privatize it. But if you're going to refer to them as state enterprise, you must be able to take control of all of them. And like I said, automate the system so that nobody receives money. It comes to general. Maybe Sam will say, no, you're wrong. But everything should come to a source. In the meantime, you'll be able to manage and monitor. You're not going to go depend on Twitter or Ducle to tell you how much they're giving you. Is it their money?
Well, thank you very much, Conor Gray. Thank you very much. You asked the last question that you asked was just on point. You said the money. But guys, what about a boy going to shake you? It's going to run through your spine. The question remains, who eating the money? Let's say for Acido, and I will give you the breakdown of all those SOE, how much they should have contributed, why they are not contributing those things. Millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars. Who eating the money? Now, you remember I said, before you come in to say something, right? LRA boasted, Dr. Richard said, oh, Sekou Doumbouya said we got shit waiting. Far off. We can't even bring that because the shit didn't just come in. The person have the money. But guys, this is not about friendship. This is not about, if I know, yeah, that's my brother. Y'all know Sekou, that's my brother, yeah. But this is about Liberia. We cannot be boasting that we get the money And then we are not seeing the money. Maritime, yeah, a lot of shit flying our flag. We are generating a lot of money. We came to rescue Nicolai, but where's the money? And this is a fair question. LPRC, Mo Ali, Isaac, talk to me, and then I'll put on the breakdown how much each SOE is supposed to contribute and why they are not contributing. Isaac, let's hear you.
Thank you. That amazing. It can be funny or it can be so funny. So, the rescue government budget in 2025 is 800 million. Within that 800 million, Maritime should be contributing 24 million within that 800 million. Maritime can only contribute 14 million. Next year, rescue say they are increasing their budget to 1 billion. By that time, Maritime will be contributing 32 to 36 million. But Maritime is having press conference, enjoying contributing 14 million today. When they are not even close to 32 million, they will be contributing next year. My people, do you see the reason why when we come to intellectually argue the issue, the only thing United Party folks can do is insult? These are the reasons. Because they cannot come with argument so convincing to see their point simple. What sense does it make if you cannot contribute 24 million, celebrating 14 million, but then you will be contributing some 32, 36 million less year? Like, my people, what sense does it make at all? You go to NPA. For me, with everything I've heard from the port, I think there is leadership challenge on the port. And unfortunately, some of us, we are very good to waiting for time because we always believe that pregnancy does not go at the back, it comes in front. You know, certain excuses are not available right now. And most often when we say, like Stanton USA, our friends come and say, oh, but CDC government didn't contribute too. Again, you cannot bury lies forever. Today, Maritime is not saving no money to build headquarters. Yesterday, Maritime had to save money to build headquarters. You cannot compare the situation from yesterday, many CDC's term, when they were actually building headquarters to today. You cannot control yesterday's CDC term when they were building headquarters at the NPA to today when they are not. So assume that all of the money CDC used to build headquarters during their turn will be available today. Where is it? Where is it? But then the government is telling Liberians that they will bring 1 billion budget. But you will see rescue train capping, oh yeah, 1 billion, the highest billion, oh yeah. You will see them. They will not sit down to open their mind and really ask, but these people can't even raise 800 million, then they will raise 1 billion. How possible? They want to do it. When you come to talk it, the only feedback from them will be insult, insult, insult. That's the reason why some of us can just laugh. Sometimes when we're in a place and say these guys are so funny. What kind of country are these people leading? Are they so confused? Or they really want to show something that isn't there? Everyone is complaining. They are not doing anything. What are they doing with the money? You go on the port, they're not contributing. When you talk, they say CDC. But well, they were building headquarters that time. You are not building headquarters. So what are you doing with the money? Imagine if CDC wasn't building headquarters. Don't you think the money they were using to build headquarters would have been available? Indeed, it's a trouble time.
And again, Asido, thank you very much. While we close on this one, we will continue because we'll have to show these different documents, right? The show got to come to an end. I know you're enjoying the show. Those of you that will continue to share the program, take your time and go over the program when we are not on. We are here to help contribute to our country, right? People say, oh, you want to be, you want to run in like that. No. Look at me. Look at me. When the Lord leads, we'll listen and we'll follow. Let's talk about Liberia today. Let's go to the first one. There you have it. The phone right here. The state-owned enterprise, right? Liberia Electricity Corporation, $51,742,604. LPRC, $24 million. The National Oil Company, NOCA, $3 million. Mo Ali, $4 million. Mo Ali said he ain't giving it. These are things that are supposed to go towards the budget, though. To make your budget a $1 billion budget. It wasn't $1 billion last year, it was around 800. National Housing, 116,000. Liberia Maritime, 24,000. I want you, when we put all this thing up,
24 million.
24 million, thank you. Maritime, 24 million. Okay, as you can see, 888,773. NPA, National Port Authority, 26,492,937. Liberia Airport, 8.2 million. That's the LAA. NTA, 3.4 million. Liberia Telecom Corporation, LTC, 8.7 million. LTA, Liberia Telecom Authority, $33 million. Oh, Fagon. Is that Fagon? Liberia Broadcasting System? That one you and I get it. Leave that one we go. They even bring it down to 432,000. Forestry Development, 6.6 million. Forestry Development, like we said, National Fishery, $4 million. Liberia Agriculture Commodity Regulatory Authority, 45,000. National Social Security, and Fubi, you are wrong, they do contribute. And we'll give you the breakdown, Fubi, $48.8 million. Liberia Insurance Company, the one that they just fired the guy for stealing the people money, 21,000. National Lottery, 1 million. The total amount here, as you can see, $249,679,593. Big money. My fellow Liberian, we came to rescue. I beg you to accept rescue. I and others. We beg with everything, sleepless night. We left our family, we left everything, and we beg you. We beat on Dr. Richardson and say ANC not going nowhere. We beat on Paul Kennedy. Lena will not survive this thing. Paul Kennedy earlier alone. Uncle Sam King, with MPP, we beat on him. He supported Jawia. We said Jawia will not make it. Fubi, your ANC is there upon arrival. Akaris Gray, we're not even going to move and take away John Manawia. We'll remove you, Akaris Gray. We did. We went against him. Colonel Gray hair was crashing. He was thinking where to go. We pulled him to Joseph Boaka corner. We said, Colonel Gray, you can make it. We got to pull you here. I said, though, we beat him. He ran away. He couldn't come on the show no more. We beat him. We destroyed Acedo. Because we had the mind to rescue, my fellow Liberians. We had the mind to rescue and make Liberia a better place. Are we rescuing today? Do you know how much we generated 2024 and how much Sekou Dukle put in the basket? 2024. 2024. These are serious stuff. This is not about friendship. This is a serious stuff. Do you know how much money that came through LPRC and how much MS12 put in the basket? Why should we sit there and allow people to lie to us? Where is Mr. President? Look at this amount, $249 million. You know how much the government got from this? So I want you to think of something. Where your money going? Pay your taxes. Taxes on everything. I really want you to think of something where your money going. Then come back tomorrow. We'll break this thing down structurally. So when you see the guys driving the fancy truck, the fancy cars, you would think that we created and recreated criminals. I'm serious. Those are my friends. They said we were coming to change it, right? I believe in them. Are we changing it? Where the money going, my people? Where your money going? Where's the money going? Is this government rescuing? Is President Baka rescuing? $249 million. How much was sent to LRA, Uncle Sam? Uncle Sam, let's close the show. I see that you're getting sleepy. You got a lot to do tomorrow, Uncle Sam. Let's try to close the show. Let's start with you, as a matter of fact. This thing can hurt, Uncle Sam. $249 million. We even a little. We even come close. And nobody can talk about it. The lawmaker, then they are quiet. They're fighting to remove speaker. Nobody talking about it. You get a brown bag, you go to the ministry, you go to the entity, you collect money. Who sent for you? The chief sent for you, you gone. No question. Okay, Sam, what's going on here? Let's go.
Well, I mean, clearly, we need some reforms. I mean, drastic reforms in state-owned enterprises. I mean, because the way they've been operating, you know, this is not international best practice. I mean, state-owned enterprises are a thing of the past, and I'm not talking about, you know, the Washington Consensus, with privatization, all that kind of nonsense, right? But what I'm talking about is just that, I mean, it's just that any money-making entity, with the exception of NASCAR, and Phoebe, you mentioned NASCAR. NASCAR is what they call it, you contribute and you get benefits. So that is not a money-making enterprise, because the monies that they're getting, they should invest it to pay retirees in the future. So you cannot ask NASCAR to generate income and pay that income to government. What NASCAR should be doing is investing those contributions. What we should be doing is to make sure that NASCAR is a viable scheme, so that if you do what we call the underwriting, right, and the other thing that people do in terms of projection of what to be paid out in the future. So NASCAR can be exempted from contributing revenue to government, but NASCAR should be policed to make sure that those monies are invested, there are positive returns and good returns, and the investment vehicles for those public monies. But entities that make revenues and operate like monopolies, like Liberia Electricity Corporation, like NPA, like LPRC is a filling station. Okay, that's all it is. It's a filling station. It is not refining any petroleum at all. So LPRC should be getting substantial income and contribution to the government library. The National Port Authority, those monies that have been received, because don't forget now, the MPA no longer operates the port, it's APM terminal. They're just the authority, right? So with the receipts that the MPA is getting, significant amount of those monies should be sent to the national government. Labrador Water and Sewer, it is a losing proposition. LWSC does not generate enough income to pay its operational expenses. They're in the hole. They are bleeding government revenue. The government is subsidizing LWSC. Okay, and we can make the socio-economic argument that water is think about health, so we should subsidize it, but we should think about privatizing LWSC to bring in a local international company that will expand the reach of LWSC so that it can be a profitable venture. LEC is a no-brainer. LEC, with about 140,000 customers right now, okay, the operational cost of LEC, right, is basically doing the heavy fuel and everything. they should try to streamline the operations so as to make it efficient. But it cannot be done with a bureaucracy, with people that are appointed by the executive based on political ties. In other countries that have done well with the electricity, it's mostly privatized. Independent power producers, independent transmission and distribution companies. You already have one, Floyd Thomas, okay, in Nimba. He's doing exceptionally well. LEC cannot continue to bleed the public, and the government should not be the one to make a determination who gets electricity and who doesn't get electricity. The supply and demand from the capitalist system that we have is the one that should make the determination, the affordability, the transmission and distribution. So we need some reform in SOEs, and we should be moving. And one of the things I thought that the rescue team was going to do was to start a thing about fixing governance. And one of the ways of fixing governance is what? Reforms in the SOEs. Begin the process to privatize state-owned enterprises, so to remove government interference, to remove the bureaucracy, to remove politics in those corporations that can provide private services. On that note, I want to thank you all very much. I need to go to sleep. I'm a little bit tired again. I will see you guys tomorrow, hopefully.
Tomorrow, by God's grace, you're a little bit tired. Go rest.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me come in and bring in our sister, Dr. Francine. Let's close the show, man.
So, I want to just start off by what we last talked about, which is about the SOEs, the state-owned enterprises. The issue is, at least we know that they are generating money, sufficient money. We know that, okay? But we don't know how much money that they are contributing to the national budget, and that has to be audited and investigated. And that is a challenge. I see the other challenge that I see is that I heard former Representative Gray say there's a law, the legislature allowed them to give how much they can contribute, whether perhaps it's 10% or maybe 5%. That's what I wrote down here, that you stated that the legislature allowed them to state or agreed to how much they can contribute. So I want to say that the legislators should be very involved in this process. They should know, or why should they be agreeing to these SOEs that are making money that have made money for years, on to contribute a certain amount. You also said that somehow the LRA was instructed to garnish the funds that was generated by the SOE, and maybe you can correct me when it's time for you to speak. So something must have changed, or maybe the legislators caught on that these SOEs were making more money and not contributing to the budget, and so then their funds were, whatever the generator was, garnished. So definitely we have a problem there. Somebody has to oversee these SOEs. They're not putting in the right money, and so that's something tells me that the law has to be changed. We have to work on the law. Okay, it has to be changed. Lastly, there's many opportunities here. It's opportunity for growth for Liberia, opportunity where we can take these funds that are generated and perhaps prioritize these companies. There's a lot of them that I see on the list that could be prioritized, and utilize the money to grow our budget and to grow Liberia. We have the resources. We can do this, okay? If we are not doing it if we are not allowing corruption to get a greater part of us, we can do it. So lastly, I want to say thank you to Fonati Kofa for standing by the rule of law. Thank you to Musability for standing by the rule of law. I know it wasn't easy. I witnessed how you were able to emotionally and financially try to contain the men that stood by you. We'll see on Tuesday what's going to happen. But, I just want to tell you guys, I appreciate that you didn't follow the route of gangsterism, because we'll be sending the wrong lesson. We'll be sending the wrong message to our children, to our future generation, that you can cheat to get in power and you can use gangsterism to be removed from power or to stay in power. And that is not the message that we want to send to our future generation. So thank you so much.
Richard, thank you very much. Paul Canada, let's hear you, my brother.
I thought it was a good show. Fonante resignation, as I've said, and will always stick up to it, is a personal choice that he has to make. I've had the opportunity once in my lifetime, this recent time, I was in Monrovia, to meet with Fonante. Very intelligent man. I'm sure that he has a list of people who have committed and stood by him. And to a certain extent, he will also be consulting those people that will help him to make the decisions he has to make. But whatever decision he makes in the future going forward, I hope it is in servants to our country. Sent on the country is one thing that all of us have, and it is the biggest thing that is higher than all of us. So whatever we are doing, we should be in reverence to making sure that our country is better. As far as the SOE contribution to the national budget package envelope is concerned, I think that the SOE do not have the deliberate decision making to decide when to or when not to contribute. If this is an act of law that they should contribute and they must contribute, they should contribute. For us to be sitting here discussing, oh yeah, they say they're not giving this, they say they're not giving this, I think it is willingly just a waiver from in government circle, and they know what they're doing. I mean, it's 2025. Why should we even have MPA anymore doing port regulation activity when we have when we have APM terminal? The MPA can be a regulator now of all of the ports, but they don't need to have 10,000 employees anymore. They can outsource all of the port operation to other stuff and just be their regulatory agency with a small level of skill. Of skill manpower that will help. One of our problems we have, Stanton, is that we have too many people on government payroll, which is why at least a third of the government, the budget, the annual budget, just go on salary. Over 300 million go on salary every year of the 800 million we're talking about. Then we got another 250 to 300 million that go on lubricant and logistics and buying cars. So you left with under 150 to 200 million. Liberia will never get developed with 200 million until I die and come back. So we need to make sure government relieves some of these things from their shoulder. Also, some of the function of distribution of electricity, distribution of water. Jungle Power has shown us that it's possible. Floyd Thomas is doing very well. Somebody call his name. Somebody can do distribution. Liberian companies. Fubi Heron here should be able to establish a company that can do distribution of water, that can supply water in certain part of the country. He should be able to go to the bank to take a loan that will help him to facilitate the distribution of electricity. We're talking about creating jobs, but we still got LWFC struggling to pay salary for people when they really don't need to be owning the liability of employing people. There's a need for reform in our system. We keep doing things the way Tottenham were doing it, and we are in 2025. It is not going to help us. The country will continue to go down the drain with the mindset of the old age. It's innovation time. It's 2025. Let's look at what all the countries are doing and begin to emulate some of the good examples to see how management practices will come to empower our people, create jobs, and give us the skills we need to move forward, Stanton. It's a good show. We're looking forward to seeing you next week.
You're quite correct. The innovation aspect is done. It is deplorable. It is very bad for our country that all these guys that will go into their own contribution account and collect money. Some things that we're hearing and some document that will begin to show them, it will be too scary. And I think that it's just bad off. As much as we try to defend that which we cannot defend any longer, it's just bad for every one of us to sit here and allow our country to be destroyed. $249 million. And these guys are giving peanuts. Where's the rest of the money going? Did we just bring in people to enrich themselves? And for us to think Liberia, love Liberia, build Liberia, now what we're doing? we're just destroying our country. Let's hear you, Brother Phoebe. Talk to us.
Yeah, no, on the point of NASCOP, as I said, NASCOP should not be contributing to the revenue. Government should be paying their pension benefits. So if they're taking money from NASCOP, that's wrong. Government should not be taking money from NASCOP. That's our pension fund, and they shouldn't tamper with it. And that's why I've been pushing for the amendment of that act so long. I even did a new petition to the House, 2022, asking for them to amend that so that NASCOP can be managed by a board trustee, not just left with the MD or the Director General to run it and do as he please. We need to look at that and change that act. NASCOP should not be giving government money, our pension money. We found out that what we say that probably nothing in the coffers, because every government has been milking NASCOP, and that's wrong. And on the issue of the other statement, I agree with the point of privatization. That's something that we need to look at. It's long overdue. And some of these functions, like there's Duclais excuse for not remitting all the funds that were committed. He said, huge wage bill. And if you got a huge wage bill, you got to pay people's salaries. If you didn't generate the money that you got it on the payroll, you have to pay that salary. So you can have that as a justifiable reason. So we got to look at that. Government is overburdened. Now I always said, building the private sector is the key to solving our problem. But politicians will not want that to happen, because they want everybody to keep buying an honorable, my wife just delivered on one top. Honorable, my wife in the hospital, prepay her medical bill. Honorable, I eat for 1 week. Honorable, no school fee for the children, they just put them on my house rent. And so until we build a private sector, people can earn their own money, all that thing a lot of things will change. Other than that, and the issue of the trucking we're talking about, that's the reason why people are trucked, because you don't have your own money. So someone gets $200, you run for it. But if you a well-sustained person, who will truck you? You will decide where you want to go. So it still boils down to the economy. So you can't blame, and the law does not prevent you from trucking. So people don't want to truck, they'll truck. We all victims of trucking, but we're going to live with the outcome of it. And on the issue, the Article 49, they didn't say you should notarize the stuff, but the guy decided to notarize their resolution. Fair enough, but Article 89, they didn't call for that, and so we can't tie them. And the actual gangsterism that took place on October 17, 2024, when the deputy speaker was to preside over the session, and on the order of the speaker, instead they should not hold session until he arrived in the country. And the FOCO is on record for saying that the speaker said no session until he comes. The Capitol Bay now speaker Kofa Property, they're not a law firm to decide when the colleague have session and when the colleague should not have session. Even if they have plans to remove you, let the session go on. You can't say don't hold session until I arrive in the country. And that was wrong. And it was because of that the guy decided to have separate parallel session, because they didn't want any confrontation. And consistently, you saw even with that session, they were still attacked in the other joint chamber by the minority. They were pepper spray and all of those things. But those that support Kofa, they don't mention the hooliganism carried on by those guys. All they're talking about, the guy hijacked. The Supreme Court got no business to overturn legislative election. I know everybody will say the Supreme Court. We're not using that right now, because for those that on the side of Kofa is the nicest thing to say. The Supreme Court has ruled. But when my man Gray was in session, I'm sure he was not going to listen to the Supreme Court. Like he told them, will not bow down to stay order. We'll still got you on record for that, Chairman. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Phoebe. We appreciate you on the show, Phoebe. Let's go to Conor Gray. Akaris, you'll come next after Conor Gray, please. Conor Gray.
Stanton, good show tonight, in the sense that there was not much interruption from others, and sometimes that's how some of us expect the show to run. People should have their patience; their turn will come. Regarding, I still believe our issue in Liberia is managerial. We need to find a way to effectively manage government, and especially our public monies and coffers. To let it, just be all over the place, people managing them as they feel. That's not the way to run a state. And the less you have people having physical, that we still continue to do things the archaic way, flag receipts, all the, sometimes go pay to one entity and get a flag receipt and come here. And all of this kinds of it sound like the Stone Age, way back. And we're still dwelling in those, and we don't see any reason when you talk, say every country get their own culture. That's why the stealing is everywhere. If you have less encounter, people having less encounter with public funds, definitely, even if they want to steal, you minimize it. You can only minimize it. That's the end goal. But to let Port Authority, National Port Authority control their own coffers in one small commercial bank, this one get this. That's why they deciding who gets what. Even if it's government money, they say, no, we're not going to give you anything. We run the state at that level, and then we want to believe that we're very clever and civilized people. That sounds like junk. Kagame will never allow that. Nigeria will never allow that. Sierra Leone next door will never allow that. Ivory Coast will not allow that. Hell no. We'll continue to do this thing because when we get there as leaders, we stand to benefit because we have complete control. Somebody in the past will call, hey, how much you get in the MP account? I need 2 million. That's why, because no checks and balance. That's the managerial issue. Now, can that be fixed? Yeah, that's why we have the legislature, national legislature. They need to come in and begin to say, look, let's automate the system. Nobody gonna go pay cash anyway again. Solidify the bank so that they can have that medium of payments, so that anything somebody sends somewhere is accountable on a digital level. They just say, go pay and get flag receipt. The mail taking the flag receipt money from you. They decide how much goes to public coffers and so on until you catch them. Sometimes you don't. Nobody gives account to the Liberian people at any sober level. Again, we're a country, we're endowed, we get seaports, we get mountains, we get minerals, we got everything. One small country called Rwanda, that's the size of Paul Kennedy's county. That country has $10 billion as the national budget. What's wrong with us? So Stanton, we can continue to make all the noise here, but look, the other folks are just waiting when their turn comes. They're not going to change it. They're not going to change it. You think the people that were there prior, want to see a change now? Maybe because they're not there, but when they get there, you think they're going to change anything? So we have to be able to brace ourselves as a country and try to fix this country for once. The money we can get as a nation can fix our country, and most people will benefit. Look, why should somebody just call NASCOP and say, give me this, and that works? What? Can you call Social Security and say, hey, I'm the president of the republic. Hey, I'm about to be president. Give me this amount of money, and that works? That becomes a managerial issue because it's left upon us. But Stanton, it was a good show. But on the Funadi issue, I hope the brother, will not just give in the towel until he, he's assured that the other people will follow. Because the other people have demonstrated to us that they don't care for the law. So they need equal match, equal partner, and that was Funadi. They say, oh, we don't care about Judea. They're not supposed to interfere. I don't know where to get a legal audacity that the Supreme Court, who was given the responsibility to rule, to police our judiciary, don't have the power on them. So Funadi was I hope the brother will continue, but if I were him, I know he has run his course, and kudos to him for doing what he did.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Gray. We're going to bring in Lakaros.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me just, my conclusion will be on the two cardinal points we struck tonight. One of the callers asked the issue of, in the absence of the speaker, yes, the deputy should preside. The day the speaker wasn't in the country, when the guys broke up and then entered the main chambers, they went in the Joint Assembly, The deputy didn't follow them. He was in the bidding, but he did not go to preside, was Clarence Guy. In fact, when Fonati came to the country the next day, the deputy presided with him 3 different times, minimum. So that's where the coup failed. That was the origin of the failure of the coup. So I think Fubi got it wrong. Another thing, at no point in time, that when I was in the legislature for 12 sort of years, that we were removing a speaker, I was involved into the removal of a speaker, that the Supreme Court issued an injunction or prevented us from removing the speaker and violated the Supreme Court order. There's no evidence of such. I don't know what people running around that they cannot produce that, all politics running around. I will not dwell into those elementary politics. The next thing here has to do with the issue of the SOEs. Paul Redford said it. The budget is a law. That's why it's signed by the president, it's signed by the vice president, the speaker, the secretary, and the chief clerk. It's printed into handbill. When these entities are called, because every year maybe you may not generate the same amount of money. So the SOEs are called and they debate for a public hearing. The legislature will say, I think you can contribute 10 million. They say, I think we can contribute maybe 8 million, because we have a lot of explanations and a lot of debates. Then we agree on that amount. And once they agree on that amount, is captured in the budget, it becomes law. You have to do it. So that's where the legislature realized that sometimes the guys who want to delay, they will say there's a shortfall. So they told the LRA, garnish the account. Once the money is in the account, take the money out. The debate now is about the implementation of the law and why the law is not implemented under the Unity Party-led government. Have you asked yourself for 12 years, what did they do with NASCAR? Did you ask yourself that one time there was a report in the Daily Observer, the Geraldine Doe versus Clemency Urey election? I think that was 2029, when they took money from there for campaign purposes, over $30 million. We just had an election in Nima County. I was just on the line with somebody. There's a big argument within the government cycle that they spent $5 million there from these SOEs in Nima County. So the whole thing about the SOE that you eat, I eat. People go there like Stanton Redford said, the president said, they took $5 million, $500,000 for NASCO for vehicles, even before they got inducted into office. You know the history, you know the record. So for 15 years, these SOEs were Pepper Bush of the leadership of the country. That the same group of people you brought back to power again. And the same group of people who created some of these SOEs and who gave them all the 10 new positions. Okay? 6 years in their first administration, they had nothing less than 70 concession agreements in the country in 6 years. Than any administration in the history of the country for 6, 4, or 2 years. Okay, these are the same rascals you've brought to power. What more do you expect from them? Okay, once the president say, okay, there's my paper Bush at LPRC, the guy that said they're helping the party, they're trying to do other things in the party, they take money from LPRC, they take money from NPA. The guys will also take their own. So as you eat and I eat. Okay? But look, and you said something about the wage bill. And I just wanted to run on it. And it's very damaging about the wage bill. You know, the wage bill the inherited was $297 million. The CSA has a report that, look, the wage bill that met every month will be $23.5 million. Every month, $23.5 million. So they said they cut it down to $21.1 million. That's why they cut it down to. So that means every month in 2025, they will be saving $2.4 million. If you calculate it in 2025, for 12 months, they will be saving nothing less than $28.8 million. It means that the $297 million should be cut down by $28.8 million, which would be $268 million. That means the wage bill will fall from $297 million to $268 million. But guess what is the wage bill in the 2025 budget? $315 million. $315.17 million United States dollars. That's the wage bill. So it means that these guys are increased the wage bill, which should be by the CSA analysis, which should be $268.2 million. They've increased it by $46 million. Who eating the money? Why civil servant salary and ordinary people's salary are not being increased substantially? I'll leave that with you tomorrow. Probably we can discuss that. But these are the criminals you brought to power. So just take the responsibility. I'll let Constantin say, I will speak truth to power. I respect him for that. I've been following it. In fact, I was teasing him today that I'm cutting your tips and we laugh about it. But that's the fight. What Remy said, Remy, look, let me tell you, if I were in your position and I know the two government, like CDC and Unity, they are the same group, but I'm not going to vote for them. I'm going to abstain from voting. But once you supported one of them, that means you endorse Joseph Boyka. Joseph Boyka was in power for 40-something years. Did he audit? His office got audited. As vice president for 12 years, he spent almost 20 million United States dollars by the budget in 12 years' time. Bronski, if I had an argument on that, who audited his office? What a report on the audit report. The vice president was caught in a web of nefarious corruption. There's a public report on that. Okay? Transferring money into a hospital and other things as co-chairman on the Committee on Waste, Means and Finance. So the government is born out of the belly of corruption that you voted into power, Fubi. You have no excuse about that. You cannot
thank you very much, Honorable Gray.
And then also came the new group of criminals, they are getting rich, okay, running with state resources, scatter. And okay, can you imagine when the president will say, look, in fact,
let's move on to ASIC, Joe.
In Liberia.
Great, let's go to ASIC. Great, let's go to ASIC. You want to say ASIC, you want to come in? For us to close tonight, it's funny that, you know, ASIC come in.
It was a good show, and one thing I have noticed that pains the heart of our friends from the Unity Party is when you mention where it's coming back. They can go crazy. And yes, where is coming back? What are the reasons? Facts. Now, with triumph, lie. Stanton, I sent you a screenshot. If you can kind of post it up for me, that's what I want to talk about. So, why is that important? Why do I want to talk about it? Because we had an election that brought in the Unity Party. And let me give kudos to the Unity Party on one thing. If Unity Party lied to you, you will sell your whole house. The master lies. They know propaganda. They do. They've managed to make the people really believe in the lies they were saying. But like I've always said, you can lie to win an election. You cannot lie to govern a country. Unity Party went on to develop a certain document they call the arrest agenda. I'm just waiting for you on that because I want to be short on it.
Would you say?
I sent you a screenshot if you can post it up for me. Yeah. So during the CDC years, the CDC has consistently told the Liberian people that road construction under the CDC government almost doubled the total road network that have been paved in the foundation of our country. Oh, we were flogged by our friends from the other side. Oh, Joe, we are lying. Oh, that's not true. Where the road? We want to prove you, to give you the proof that we were right. You people are lying. Not by our voice, but by Unity Party's own voice. While Stanton is downloading that, I have it here. I encourage everyone to take the rescue arrest agenda, although that agenda is not being implemented now because they have seen SARS stepped in and they are now using everything Joey did now. That's what they're just doing. No rescue bin anymore. But when you go to that, just right here. This is page, let me make sure I get a page for you. This is page 87 from the rescue agenda. George, we are in Simon Tour. We were in a room when they were developing this document. Asido wasn't there. None of us were around. If you were to look at the green line, it says transportation paved road. Previous, this is what the Unity Party is now telling Liberians today. Previous 2017, 745 kilometers of road being paved in Liberia from 1847 to 2017. This is United Party saying it, Joseph Boakai, not me. Seriously, wasn't there? And then when you see up to 2022 to 2023, 2022 to 2024, this is the ending of 2023 and the beginning of 2024. It says 1,275 kilometers of roads. Help me and do the calculation. You will notice that from 2017 to the end of 2023, about 530 kilometers of roads were being paved. I'm not the one saying this. The Unity Party government is telling you. How many people believe that the CDC was lying, the CDC didn't pave the amount of roads they said it paved? Can President Boakai tell us now that indeed we're lying? Or we're saying the truth? We're saying the truth, right? That's by the document that Unity Party presented to us. They said, oh no, CDC didn't lie. Indeed, that's what they did. Then someone can ask me, I said, what do you feel proud of George Weah, your government? And I always responded, because I know there were mistakes. I agree. There were some good things we could have done that we missed. But on the front of things that we actually did on truth, oh yeah, I feel proud of it. Unity Party is telling you that me being proud is justified. Because when I went on OKFM and told the people that CDC had paved more than 500 kilometers of road, I wasn't lying. Unity Party is just proving it. So my people, why shouldn't George Weah, who was truthful to the people, come back as president?
Thank you.
Lie? No. I will hope that someday we leave the point of insult whole day, but come to discuss the facts.
Thank you.
But to tell me George Weah damaged the country, that's a good thing. Please tell me specific places he damaged so we go into it. Oh,
thank you, Antidote.
George
Weah.
For you, man. Then we go.
Antidote. Let me try to do my answer text. Let me do my closing real quick. I want to say I appreciate all of you for joining us every day. You know, we come on this show to discuss issue of national concern, right? And when we go into our various chat rooms and jokes and laugh, you know, poking, it's necessary. What we do there, we leave it there. But once we come on the show to talk to hundreds of thousands of Liberians, we should be sincere. My argument is not to bring any party back, whether Unity Party or CDC, because both parties have failed the Liberian people. If George Weah was sincere and he was faithful in you know, performing his duty, he was going to be easily reelected. It was a problem. It wasn't ever propaganda. It was that George Weah too had a problem, and George Weah's problem led him to be defeated. Period. I would say this to every one of us. If George Weah deserves to come back, he must reassure the Liberian people with serious commitment. We are not there yet. I don't see this coming back of George Weah as a saving grace. But let's say this. We brought Omer Boakai back. Don't forget now, everything that was done, 12 years under Malam Sali, there was no way you could have exempted President Boakai, exempted him from everything. No. President Boakai said he was in the room. The good, the bad, and the ugly, President Boakai was in the room. So the blame goes on President Boakai too. Like today, you will hold Jeremiah Quinn responsible. Tomorrow, when there is no Joseph Boakai, and time for election, Jeremiah Quinn is the standard bearer, we're going to question him. Where were you when these things were happening? It's fair. The Unity Party, 12 years. It's fair to hold President Boakai responsible too. CDC, 6 years. It's all on George Manneh Weah. Today, we blame President Barker again. After we brought him back, what can he show? You know, these people just go ahead and laugh. Go on social media today. They are complacent in corruption. They are complacent in robbing the country and feel that there will be no tomorrow. Let's be fair. Look at these numbers. Look at them. It's like a revolving door. Look at these numbers, my people. How can you celebrate a surplus? Where's the rest of the money going? A lot of those entities are cash cow. Take your bag, get the money, and get out. No question. They will just put it on corporate social funds. Sign the paper and say, yeah, the $100,000 on King Joe, nobody know how to use it. They use $75,000 on this trip. The president want to travel with private jet. Go to the Freeport. Freeport will pay for it. Joe Weah did the same thing. Bill Twawa, we accuse him. Today, Bill Twawa is on session. We accuse Nemo, ice cream. Today, she can't even go to Liberia on a serious note. Yeah. Do you want us to sit down and the same thing happen and we'll be quiet? That is not being fair. We got to speak out. We got to tell the Liberian people exactly who we are if we want a good governance. The increase in corruption in the nation is too much. But here's the thing. I would take 100 million and get 200,000 to the executive mansion. Nobody cared to question. Nobody cared to ask. When the representative won't call me, I will call the representative again, $20,000, and he's quiet. That's what's happening. Representative, hey, meet me to Bella Casa. Meet me to Boulevard Palace. Let's go talk. I may take an easy $30,000, leave that thing alone. All right, my man, we understand. Generation goes, generation comes. Liberia remains to be the very poor nation on earth. Yesterday we asked, 17 months, what have President Barker done to be a new project? What are some of the new projects? You can find it. The president went as far as China to hustle for $3 billion. We won't get it yet. But you don't want us to say it? Okay, so maybe we'll wait. 2028, 2029. Maybe Xi Jinping, China president, will come and give it 2029. Indonesia, the president had a conference in Davos, in Atlanta, Georgia. What become of these trips? Private jets. Oh, let the president go. He's going to look for money. The president wanted Ivory Coast to beg to reduce the rate on electricity. The Ivorian government said no. President have tried, but it's not coming. What are some of the new projects today? Today. Don't tell me about CDC. I'm tired of Paul Kennedy. People tell me about CDC. That's why we remove CDC. Tell me about the new thing you get today. Tell me about the new thing that which is to come tomorrow. I see our friend Stephen Johnson showing picture of the children that went see play and went to class. For what? I mean, are you serious? We have come this far now, nobody care anymore. I mean, our country, there's no development. No, not one. No development. We come here every day, we say the same thing over and over. Look at the numbers, $249 million. How much went into the government call for 2024? We'll tell you tomorrow. How much have those people stole and nobody questioning? The hands is in every project. The hands is in every deal. We'll start naming how many directors and ministers have their own corporation in the country. Do you want to know how many ministers today own company then that they are giving money to? You want to know how many directors today own company and they're taking it for the government and giving it to that company. We beat on Samara Wolokoli here when he came on Spoon Talk. You remember the LDC story and Samara Wolokoli? How many those that are doing it today, we know. Samara said, I get my firm, accounting firm, and I do business with finance. We said, no, it was wrong. It's double dipping. It's play to play. Samara said, I get this company, and I'm doing business with LDC. We beat on Samara Wolokoli. Are they doing it today? Hell yeah, they are. Do we have Samara Wolokoli in the government today? Hell yeah, they are. Minister doing it today? Hell yeah, minister are doing it. And who expose them? Are directors doing it today, Paul Kennedy? Yeah, they are.
The rest company.
Who expose them? I mean, these are embarrassment. It's not friendship. Listen, I got a cold. I want to go downstairs and drink my hot pepper soup. Right? Snap up pepper soup.
We'll snap up for you. Not on the creek.
Stand on before you go, man. Let me ask you a question.
I'm gonna go ahead. My wife, I can smell it right now because she's cooking it. I've been sick for last night. But guess what happened?
Why are you drinking your soup?
But hold on 1 minute. I would drink that soup. My nose would run. I would take bath. I come outside, watch my Netflix. I say my prayer, I go to bed. Thank God. So Liberian people don't get it today. When you guys don't get stealing the Liberian people money and you don't want us to expose them, we will have to expose them. Friendship, that friendship. If I go to Liberia, don't give me security. The Liberian people will be my security. So I must tell you, I beat on Joe for a better Liberia, and I will beat on this government for even better Liberia. If you don't want to be my friend, thank you. I still love you, but we'll still tell truth to the Liberian people. We'll expose them. Trust me, we will. I know them. Those people that get businesses in the country, we'll expose them. Trust me. Colonel Gray, let me take your question. We got to go.
You know, have you ever heard about this lady who pre-financed about 6,000 plus shares to MCSS, and they're giving her the runaround for?
Yeah, but if she want to come, let she come. We run with this story.
So the question is, I want to bring her on the show.
Yeah, bring her on. Bring her on. I heard about that. They took the woman money. They said buy the chair from China. They lied to Joseph Boaga. They paid for it. The MCSS James Momoa is hooked up, but still the president cannot fire him. They both met and recommended that they should suspend him. The president still dragging. Listen, everything about Joseph Boaga, once you're from Lofa, he's going to let you pass. And I mean, these are the things we're talking about. Fubi, then we get first. But it's embarrassment. For me, understand me. If you tell me your secret, say Stanton, they one that are telling you, don't say it. They will not say it. You see, Paul Kennedy came from Liberia. I got video on. He said, Stanton, don't say that one. I've been quiet. I never say it.
Not true.
The day he made me fair, I would say it.
When I say it, then when you make fair, you say it.
That's something for me. You want to get on me, I would say it.
Oh, you make it secret. My man, no.
No, I get kiss secret.
Something wrong with Stanton.
But guys, it's been a good show, man. We love having you all.
Domestic.
Yeah, good show. Good night.
Yeah, good night. Thank you, guys.
The mess are in hotel.
Oh, you confessing now? Confess.
I remember in hotel, the man's son crying behind him.
Exactly. So me and my son in the hotel. When I come into the hotel, my son behind me.
No, you know why you get to begin in the hotel for the woman get mad. So you took the beginning.
Well, I want to look for you the place that you are stopping and they see you.
You not see the man. The man are on a call. All right, man. Guys, thank you very much. We'll meet again tomorrow by God's grace. You have a good night. Yeah. To the play. Now, what are you looking for, Sylvester? To the play. What are you looking for? To the play, you okay? To the play. You can hear me? Only Children Play can do that other thing that you're doing right now. Children Play. All right. So whatever the case may be, we see that and he's calling me on video. I don't know why. Chopley, why you calling me on video? So I want to say to all of you, I was trying to play that trip, the system. So he was frozen. But I want to say to all of you, thank you very much. It's good that you joined us. Come back again tomorrow. We all have to try to make Liberia better. Because of you, we are here. We want to appreciate you. Till we meet again tomorrow, may God bless you. May God keep you. May God bless our country. Only one Liberia we have. And again, have a good evening. Bye-bye for now.